G ショック MRG カシオ。The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。
いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば
横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
追い求めれば求めるほど遠ざかる時もある。でも理想に追いつけるのは自分だけだ。池江璃花子は横浜ゴムと世界に挑戦する。限界はない。行くぞ横浜。
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りでも。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
Lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Fredo Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed. In a world of extremes, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮。チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Good morning and welcome back to another round of G-Shock presents Formula Drift Japan 2025, round 3, Ebisu Circuit, West Course.
It's a nice day out and it is raining, a little chilly. Feels a lot better than it has the past couple days, but the rain is out. It looks like there's clear skies after this one little cell behind on top of us right now, so maybe it'll clear up. Yeah, but everybody's been having dry practice, so we'll see how qualifying goes.
Yeah, beautiful days, Thursday, Friday, and up until like an hour ago, very similar to Suzuka. And there's our Japanese MC and our 3 judges, Aichi Akutsu, Yuichi Imamura, Takahiro Fukada, and Kenji Yamanaka. We're super excited to see how the drivers adapt to the wet.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. I'm Langston.
Josh,
this is Josh. We'll be your commentators for today.
Just hanging out, having fun.
Yeah.
Our motor game girls, Marina and Asami. Pretty soon we're going to have the anime for the judge explanation for you guys. The subtitles should all be in English as well.
Yeah, みんな、フォーミュラドリフトジャパンのルール判定システムについて説明するよ。まずは優勝までの道のり。大会は予選と決勝に分かれます。予選は単独走行方式。単独で2度走行し、高い方のポイントで上位32位までの決勝進出を争います。決勝は2台によるタンデムバトル方式。先行と後攻を入れ替えての2度の走行による勝ち抜き戦です。これらのコンペティションを決めるのは3名のジャッジ。それぞれライン、アングル、スタイルという視点で判定をします。持ち点はライン35ポイント、アングル35ポイント、スタイル30ポイントの合計100ポイントです。ラインとは規定された各ゾーンをより近く、より理想的なラインで通過できているかを判定します。リアタイヤの設置部分がゾーンの外側のラインをなぞることが高得点のコツ。4本のタイヤのうち3本がラインの外側に出てしまったらポイントは0点になります。各大会によってそれぞれのゾーンに規定ポイントが振り分けられています。アングルとはコースに設定されたゾーンのラインに対してどれだけ深い角度でスムーズに通過しているかを採点します。ラインに対してより垂直なアングルをキープすることが高得点のコツ。各大会によってそれぞれのゾーンに規定ポイントが振り分けられています。スタイルとはドリフトの美しさ、スピード、迫力、ファッションなどドライバー自身が思い描いた走りを確実にコントロールし、ジャッジをうならせることができているかが採点されます。決勝へは先ほど説明した通りポイント上位32台が進出します。決勝は勝ち負けの判定による勝ち抜きトーナメント方式です。追走で行われ先行後攻を入れ替えた2度の走行をもって各ジャッジが勝者の判定もしくはドローの判定をします。3人中2人以上が出した判定で勝者および再走が決定します。追走を有利にするポイントは先行では単独走行と同じくよりポイント基準に沿った良い走りをすることが前提です。 それが遂行できていなければジャッジの印象に大きく影響します。後方車両は先行車両と同じラインで同じ角度を取りながらより接近して追随します。しかし先行車両に接近できていても同じライン同じ角度でなければスピードスタイル的に理想的な走りとは言えず勝利にはつながりません。それは先行車両が通ったラインをショートカットすれば接近しやすくなり、また角度が浅ければ速度を上げやすくなり接近しやすくなる、そして調整幅が大きくなるという理由からです。審査はジャッジ席で行っているのでそこから見た判断になります。そのためにジャッジ席の真横に各チーム1人が入れるスポッター席という場所を設けており、ジャッジの見え方をドライバー、チームスタッフと共有できるようになっています。観客席などジャッジ席以外の場所で見ていた場合、審査結果と全く違うように見えることがあります。ライブ放送で見ていた場合も同じように感じる場合がありますが、それはこの競技がジャッジ席からどのように見えているかで審査されるためです。それぞれが見ている場所によりジャッジ席およびライブ放送のカメラ位置との角度の違い、高低差などで見え方が変わってしまうからです。あくまでもフォーミュラドリフトの審査はジャッジ席からの見え方でジャッジが判断するということになります。それらをご理解の上、フォーミュラドリフトジャパンをお楽しみください。以上がルール概要でした。さあフォーミュラドリフトジャパンの楽しみ方が分かったところで Here we go!
Welcome back. Yeah, you can see that it's raining. Not too much, but enough to make everything nice and slick.
Yeah, I mean, we might get some smoke by the end of the outer zone 3 if the tire's hot enough, but I don't know.
I'm hoping that there'll be a break and the second runs should be nice and dry.
Yeah, right past the mountain it looks like it's clear, so we're just hoping this cloud passes over pretty fast. As you see, everybody's got their raincoats on.
And here comes Suzuka, the final battle.
Yeah, from round 2.
Beautiful run by Hiro. He went on just a week
まずは
later
フ
to win it
ォーミュラドリフトオーランド
States.
初優勝おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。本当に皆さんの協力の中で勝つことができてすごい嬉しいです。
凱旋となりますエビスラウンドです。手応え決意どうでしょうか。
はい、このコースは今年初めて走るレイアウトになっているので、すごい緊張してるんですけど、すごい練習走った感触的にはすごいマシンの調子も良くて、セットアップもしっかりに詰まっているので、この後も少し練習重ねてベストな走りを毎週のように出せるように組み立てていきたいなと思ってます。シリーズランキング1位で迎えたこの折り返し地点の第3戦すごい重要なので、優勝またできるように頑張りたいなと思うので皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
僕はどのラウンドも言ってると思うんですけど、本当にまずは自分が楽しく、楽しんでれば本当結果はついてくると思うんで、まずそこが一番ですね。はい、レイアウト自体はすごく楽しいんで、やっぱり壁だったりそういうところを寄せていくのは楽しいし、お客さんも見てて迫力があると思うんで、やっぱりぜひ現地に来て応援してほしいなと思います。 チームの雰囲気はすごく良くて、みんな調子よく走ってくれてるんで、やっぱりみんなでベスト8とか行って、やっぱりチーム対決で、やっぱり TMS すげえんだぞっていうところをやっぱり見せたいなとは思います。
はい、ありがとうございました。頑張ってください。
はい、ありがとうございます。
That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Nothing with BMW.
Yeah. But three out of the 8 would be his team.
Yeah. And they'll be interviewing Yuma pretty soon?
手応えはまだないです。なんか今ちょっといろいろ考えながら練習してるんですけど、でもこの恵比寿のコースは相性もちょっといいコースなので、去年も2位だったんで、その一つやっぱ上を狙いたいっていうのと、やっぱ去年よりそうですね、追われてる立場もあったし、でも今追う立場でジョイがいるんで、そっちの方が気持ち的に追われる立場より追う立場の方がなんか気持ち的にいい感じではあるなっていう気持ちで、あとこのコースでいうとちょっと特殊な8の字でアメリカを思わせるようなやっぱ壁のところ、この楽しさをもうちょっと楽しんで走ればいい結果つながるんじゃないかなって思ってます。
こちらの恵比寿サーキットですね、僕たちの、チームの拠点なのでね、走り慣れてるコースではあるんですけども、一応ねイコールコンディションということでいつもとは違った、去年から使ってるコースなんですけど、こちらのコースもですね、今日練習からまずの出来なので、せっかくのホームなんでね、しっかり出し切って走りたいと思います。シリーズの中でもここのコースはお客さんと車が一番近いコースなんでね、皆様に楽しみながら、一緒に盛り上がっていただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
前回鈴鹿サーキットでベスト8でチーム対決で負けてしまったので、今回は地元ホームコースで、もっと上のところで決勝戦だったりベスト4だったりでチーム対決ができ、いい2人とも表彰台が乗って締めくくれればなと思ってます。ちょっと1ゾーンがやっぱり手こずってるんですけど、そこからの壁はめちゃくちゃ楽しいんで結構好きです、自分的には。はい、
はい、じゃあ地元ラウンド頑張ってください。
はい、ありがとうございます。頑張ります。
Yeah, I got to watch him this week up at North Course, and it was raining then, so he got a little bit of wet practice in. It wasn't his competition car, but he loved it. Him and his partner probably did, 30 laps back to back to back, not stopping, and the tire was on the door the whole time. So it seems like he's pretty ready.
And there goes the series rankings after round 1 and round 2. We have Kengushi, Hiro Minowa, and Takahashi. After Fuji and for Suzuka, we have Minowa, Takahashi, and Yamashita. Overall, it's shaping up to be a very close championship.
Yeah.
With just 188 points, or 188 for Hiro, and 1 point separating second and third place. And Yamashita in fourth, and Kohashi rounding out the top 5. Overall, it looks like it's going to be fun today, especially when, again, a nice level playing field. Everybody practices in the dry and gets to qualify in the wet.
Yeah, I mean it's not fun for the drivers, but it does make it an even playing field.
Definitely not ideal. Looking at the weather forecast, it didn't show rain until about 2 p.m. So we were thinking maybe we'd be able to get everybody the first run in.
Yeah, so as you can see, there is 3 outer zones, 1 touch and go, and 1 inside clip. Outer zone 1 and 2, 10 points. Touch and go, inner clip, and the third outside zone is 5 points. And how the judges were explaining it, as long as they hit the touch and go, they'll get 5 points for the line.
Yeah.
The line is going to get 5 points regardless. So as long as they hit that, they got an automatic 5 points.
might miss everything else.
Yeah.
But if you get the touch and go, automatic 5.
5 points. I see a lot of questions asking if people have gone yet. There hasn't been one person that has qualified yet. They'll start in about, I don't know, a couple minutes.
I think
Just
3
waiting.
minutes.
Yeah, they're waiting for to get in the burnout box now. So nobody has missed a thing.
They have a couple people staged up, ready for the burnout box. But as of right now, no one's done any runs yet. The line's nice and painted. I don't know if you guys were aware of the issue that we ran into last week with the grate that got kicked up, but that whole area's been cleaned out, packed down, and we should be safe to proceed.
Yeah, people were dirt dropping. It just looks like they were just hitting dirt, nothing else anymore. So it's definitely fixed. I seen a lot during practice. I seen a lot of the same mistakes from last week with FDJ2. People not getting all the way through outer zone 1. There's a very hard zone to hit all the way through because you have to come in with a lot of speed, a lot of commitment, but then slow it down right as soon as you get in the zone. So it's very, very hard.
That's right. You got to take a lot of speed into the beginning, but you have to scrub a lot of speed towards the end. You don't scrub the speed fast enough, and you have a tire ball waiting right there for you.
Yeah, exactly, because you exit that zone and you're staring at tires.
Yeah.
And then once you pass the tires, you're now staring at a wall. So
that seems like it just doesn't end.
Yeah.
Oh, that stick there, that's Echo's. That's what she used to prop up her hood now. She collected it from Ebisu. And there's a bit of a breeze too, so.
Yeah, it's a little chilly.
Yeah, it's temperature dropping a little bit. It's 17 degrees Celsius. Langston tell us that in Fahrenheit.
Oh, 1 second.
Oh, they're doing a sight lap.
It is 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, you got really close to the wall there. Yep. The conditions are not what they're used to, so.
It's definitely a good thing they got a sight lap.
Yeah, for sure. You can just see the water pushing off the tires. So the track is definitely wet. It looks a lot drier than what it actually is. Right there, it doesn't even look as wet.
It doesn't? It's like, oh, okay, just a normal track. Not even covered in water. There's not any standing water that I've seen though.
No.
But just the little bit of water on top of the rubber that's been laid down all weekend.
I think this track does a nice job of pushing the water off track, keeping it where it doesn't pull up.
Yeah, you can see the wind starting to kick up. But the rain staying pretty steady. Not too bad.
You can see Masanori Kohashi and Ruma's car. You got Team Kazama
with King Gushi and Oyu.
I'm excited to see what King Gucci can do in the rain because he was throwing down some killer lines.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
I think a lot of people are going to have a tough time trying to tame it down to get in this first outer zone. But I do think the rest of the track, they'll be fairly decent because it's a lot easier in that first zone.
From what we just saw, it looks like zone 2.
It might be tough to get to zone 2 as well. Because you basically have to cut all your angle and hit a straight shot at the wall and then handbrake in. And we'll see how they do off that.
G-Shock presents Formula Drift Japan 2025, Round 3, Ebisu Circuit, West Course, qualifying. And starting off, we have car number 899, Zhaozhang Dai with Team Taiwan Elite Drift.
Coming in with a lot of speed, trying to scrub it down. Does a nice job getting into that first bit. He gets all the way through outer zone 1, coming around. Looking for outer zone 2. Using a lot of that handbrake and left foot brake to stay into that zone. But is deep into that outer zone 2. Does a nice job in that touch and go and the inside clip. Then comes around, gets nice and deep in that outer zone 4 right at the end.
He did an excellent job with pacing.
Yeah. It looked like he was coming in with a lot more speed than he was. He slowed down right at the end. So
yes,
that was good on him.
His practice lap, or his sight lap, he was coming with a lot more speed. He ricocheted off the wall twice. I mean, here, nice and deep through the zones. And you can see, again, it's all about monitoring and managing your speed and tire spin.
Yeah, so if y'all hear cars in the background as they going around the course as we're talking, they're getting their sight lap in. So everybody's going to get a sight lap since they practiced in the dry all day and yesterday, and now they're going to see how it is in the wet.
And even the day before.
Yeah, because a lot of the drivers got to drive on Thursday as well. But all those days were, it's a 73.
73.
Starts off really well.
Number 1 qualifier.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's better to be slow and patient. Stick to nice and deep in the zones and get a score. Car number 808, Nagayasu Miyagi, Car Guy Racing, pulling up to the line right now after a sight lap.
This 3-2-1 cone, very conservatively, nice handbrake entry. Just comes in with a little bit too much speed.
Yeah. Again, it's super tricky.
Because I wouldn't know where to get one sight lap. Is nowhere near good enough.
I mean, he's been putting together some really good ones.
Yeah, for sure.
Unfortunately, it looked like he held the e-brake and then went to the foot brake and back to the e-brake, and once he hit the e-brake that second time, that's when the back just kicked out from him.
Well, also, this whole line is just rubber.
Yeah.
So as soon as it gets wet, it's not like you have any asphalt for it to go anywhere. It's just all nice and slick.
Yeah. seeing some of the sight laps, they're coming in at the exact same speed that they were the practicing at.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
But I'll tell you what, a lot of these guys after the sight laps are making really good mental corrections.
Yeah.
And coming in pretty good. Yeah. The rain here, I mean, it just kicks up unexpectedly sometimes.
Yeah, being in the mountains is very unpredictable. You don't really know what the weather's going to do, even if it tells you.
Take a look at FDJ too, right? It's beautiful the whole time. And then it started raining, what, 2 days this week? What, Monday,
Yeah.
Tuesday? And then it was clear the rest of the time and started kicking back up just an hour ago. And pulling back up to the line, we have car number 822, Zhang Hao with Marvy Racing, Boss Panda Motorsports, getting ready for his qualifying run.
Nice handbrake entry coming in around to outer zone 1. Does a good job staying all the way through the zone. Around the tires, making his way to outer zone 2. He's a little late getting in there, but then stays, hits the wall a couple times. Does a nice job in that touch and go, comes around this inside clip. Being nice and conservative. And just gets on the line, outer zone 3.
Overall, much better than the sight lap. Nice and deep through zone 1. A nice clean line into zone 2. A little shallow trying to come in. Did just accelerate, I think, a little too fast, and that kicked him out to the wall.
I don't think he was coming in with enough speed for that outer zone 2 to push him all the way to the beginning of that zone. And it seems like everybody's favorite driver in the comments, Sam, is making his sight lap.
And a 64 for Zhang Hao.
And it's tough, people wanting to get all the way out to that outer zone. Those walls, if you move one, the other one's not moving, so you will catch it with your bash bar, and it'll send you straight into the wall. We've seen it last week with Russell.
Yeah, we've seen it numerous times in practice last week, too.
So trying to be nice and conservative in the rain is probably going to be the best option for people, just so they don't wreck their car where they're out for the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll tell you what, the pit area, it's almost completely deserted, it looks like.
Everybody's trying to hide from the rain.
And we have car number 11, Sam Lucas, Team 7 with B Ford, pulling up to the line for his qualifying run.
Comes out of the chicane, looking for this outer zone 1. He's going to do a nice conservative e-brake entry. Gets in that outer zone a little late. Just comes around outer zone 2. Gets a little late getting into it, and then, oh no, he hits the wall and it straightens him out. Hopefully he can figure it out for his second run. Oh. Yeah, it looks real slick out there.
And then crab walking to the line. Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably going to end it in Sam. We were just having a little issue getting to the outer zone 1. And then outer zone 2, he was nice and deep from there. And then the back just slid out from under.
And that just goes to show my point earlier today about hitting the wall. If you touch it, especially in the wet, it's going to drag you into it.
Yeah, your front wheel spinner.
So he did a nice job saving that, where he didn't go into the wall and almost ruining his weekend. Now he has another shot.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's a 0%. Just got to be a little bit more conservative. Try and hit outer zone 1 a little bit deeper. And should be able to get a nice, decent score. And now we have car number 20, Mr. Anin, with Team Academic with Watanabe. He'll be pulling up to the line shortly. He's got a beautiful 240Z front on an S15.
Yeah. It's a bold move, but it does look good.
Yeah, it does. It looks very good. So what do you guys think? Do you like the 240Z on the front? A lot of Team Academic fans out today.
Out of the chicane. Oh, does a big entry, and then tames it down, goes one tire off, trying to get to outer zone 1. He just misses it, but pushes his way out to outer zone 2. He does a nice job. Oh, it looks like he hit the wall and straightened the waiver just a little bit. Gets all the way through that zone though, hits the touch and go, quite nice. Into that inside clip, comes around for outer zone 3. And it's all the way through outer zone 3.
He has a huge lineup with a flick, but that just put him out. The distance on 1 completely.
Oh, no, he didn't hit the wall. He just corrected.
Yeah, just a couple corrections. Maybe a little bit at the end. Touch and go. Switch back nice. The inner line on the inner clip. Swing it back out to zone 3. It's definitely a lot easier to see the lines that everybody's taking whenever they're so much slower and it's wet.
Yeah. And it is a good thing they took that grate system out, that water or whatever the case may be was from last week. It looks like they went away with it completely. But if you do tire drop, it looks like it's getting lower and lower as people keep dirt dropping, so it might affect how it interacts tomorrow.
Yeah, and especially as it's getting wet, more and more dirt gets on. Which makes the dirt drop deeper and deeper. And with how wet it is now, I just expect to see more and more dirt dropping. Mr. Anin with a 50.
Puts him on the board, and then honestly, that's all you need right now.
Yeah, right now, you just need to score. Pulling up around, you have car number 78, Kazuma Ikimoto with Progress. Project Mu Team SSR. And a beautiful Cresta.
Are you being biased?
No, just saying it's beautiful.
Comes out of chicane. And a lot of speed. Has a very early entry with a long handbrake. But does a decent job in that outer zone 1. Comes around to outer zone 2. Is deep. Oh! Just gets a little bit too much into the wall. Oh! Hits it again. Missing that touch and go. Does a nice job of that inside clip though. Comes around to outer zone 3. And misses outer zone 3. Oh, his light fell off.
Let's
by wires.
Coming in nice and fast like it's on. A little shallow.
Oh! Sorry guys.
And then just a little bit too close to the wall. A little shallow for zone 3. Yeah, so Langston was saying, whoa, because our next driver's on the sight lap coming in super hot, like dry temp or like dry track speed.
Yeah, he almost went into the hill. That would have been a bad time for him.
And the judges were saying that zone 1's really slick, but zone 2, that's a super slick one. I was thinking that maybe this wind might help dry it up, but it's not doing anything. Unfortunately, Ikemoto with a 0 on his first run.
Yeah, I think when he was entering into zone 2, he hit the wall right before it, and they saw it as a straight or overcorrection, and that's what did him a 0.
Up next, we have car number 54, Shang Nian with Team Kazama with Power Vehicles. And it looks like he's going to be coming in hot. If it's anything like his sight lap.
Yeah, hopefully he slows it down a lot. Just does a nice handbrake entry, and then just a little too much, and washes out.
I think
he was about to try to finish and then realize, it's too much.
Yeah, I think definitely he was trying to decide, do I want to send it back into the wall? Nope, I'm just going to call it for the day. Or at least the first run. Just coming in a little too hot. 3 tires out, and unfortunately it looks like Ian's going to get a 0.
Yeah, it shows the difference between not having practice in the conditions you're going to be qualifying in, because everybody was killing it this morning and yesterday.
Yeah, we were talking about how hard it's going to be for the judges to score.
Yeah, for sure. And then now we're the complete opposite. It's kind of quite easy for the judges because they either spin or they get a decent score.
I mean, it's definitely, it's much more difficult for the drivers now than the judges. I love the engine bays for Fausto. Beautiful. Bright green.
Got Jake's car. Ibuka's car. Daigo Saito. Have Echo. I haven't memorized everybody's cars just yet.
Don't worry, you'll get there. And pulling up to the line now, we have car number 13, Mikey Nakamura with Mikey Racing. I see you got livery on the crown this round. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, but some would say that the clean look also looks really good too. Comes in trying to get a big entry into this outer zone 1. Looks like he just gets into it at the very end, comes around looking for outer zone 2. Pushes himself out and gets in about 3/4 of the way. And is nice and deep in outer zone 2 all the way through. Hits that touch and go quite nice. Inside clip. And throws a lot of angle into outer zone 3. He has so much.
I'll tell you, you know this is killing Mikey because he wants to come in super hot, throw lots of angle. I think he just touched on one right at the beginning and right towards the end.
Yeah, I keep thinking he has. Oh man, he's done with angle. No, I'm just gonna add a little bit more, a little bit more.
He gets into zone 2, starts to add more thing. It's funny watching the replay. Just makes it seem like it's in slow motion.
Exactly. They almost kind of are. It's that slick out there.
In comparison to just a couple hours ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're probably going 1/4 of the speed they were going.
Yeah, the judge saying like this is super difficult.
Yeah.
And 63 for Mikey. That puts him in 3rd place.
Gets him on the board, so he definitely can be more aggressive on his second run.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to a second run. Like I said, hopefully we get rid of some of these clouds. Maybe all this rain.
Yeah, it looked like it was clearing up, and then some more clouds came in. So, but the wind's pretty strong, so maybe they'll push over pretty fast.
Yeah, hopefully. Right now we have car number 83, John Benjamin with Team Kazama. And Benjamin's been coming in pretty hard all weekend too.
Yeah, let's hope he can slow down because he was coming in with a lot of speed too.
Or just find grip from somewhere.
Does a nice job in outer zone 1 and gets all the way through it. Makes his way outer zone 2. Trying to push himself all the way out there. Does a nice job getting into outer zone 2 early. Gets right into the wall at the very end of it. Does a nice job of that touch and go and inside clip. Heading out to outer zone 3. Has a long handbrake trying to push himself out to outer zone 3, but does get in it.
I mean, on the plus side, like I said, you got to get a score in, right? And this looks like he's definitely going to get a score in. Swinging out. Just ride outside on 2. He could definitely get a little bit closer with the inner clip. And again, it's so difficult, especially trying to throw a bunch of angle at a lot of these zones.
Yeah.
Because when it's wet, throwing a bunch of angle could easily send you into a half spin or more than one spin, or the wall. Or the wall. And Benjamin with a 68 puts him in second place.
And again, I think a lot of this first run for mostly everybody is just trying to get a score on the board. So second runs should be a lot more interesting, a lot more angle, maybe speed, trying to get a little more frisky with a lot more risk. And hopefully it works out for them.
I mean, especially after a couple laps. Seeing what works out, what doesn't work.
Yeah.
Pulling up to the line now, we have car number 5, Tomika Tanaka with BSR Kumamoto. Getting cold. Same temperature, just more wind.
It feels cold. Comes out of the chicane, making his way to this 3-2-1 cone, trying to get sideways, does a nice job, and trying to reach that outer zone, just touches it right at the last second. Is deep into outer zone 2, trying not to touch the wall, barely gets it, looks like, hits that touch and go, and inside clip. Ah!
See,
just spins right
at
on the last
part. You're trying to throw a little bit more angle into that zone 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's crazy how just a little bit more angle would really give you a boost in the score. Well, a little bit more than that gives you a 0.
It's hard because you just put down a solid three quarters of the lap.
I mean, he was literally riding the wall.
Yeah.
One way or another. Just got back on the gas a little too much. Yeah, so they're doing sight laps. That's unfortunately a 0 for Tanaka. That's one of the reasons why there's so much time between the qualifying runs.
Yeah.
The second runs they get, they won't have a sight lap. Yeah. So it'll be much faster progression. Oh, that and while the sight lap's happening, you have to have the crew on standby to put back up the cone.
It's definitely needed right now. But there is also a lot of run-up from the finish line to the start line. They got to run the entire course around, so it does take them a bit of time to get there.
Now, one thing that's good for the drivers that they definitely didn't have during dry runs is they can see the line.
Yeah.
Normally 2 to 3 runs in, the lines would be gone.
Yep. They looks like they haven't lost anything.
Yeah.
Well,
they're pulling up now. Car number 770. Yoshitatsu Kanada with Cusco Racing.
goes in a big flick coming to outer zone 1. Gets deep in outer zone 1 and is all the way through it. Does a nice job there. Transitions for outer zone 2. is deep in outer zone 2 right at the beginning and trying to stay all the way through. Oh! Looks like he had a little bobble. Right at the end of the outer zone 2, comes around for outer zone 3. Does a nice job in outer zone 3. I want to see if he might have straightened outer zone 2.
Yeah, the judges are definitely going to be looking at that. Overall, much higher speed than a lot of other guys. Coming in nice and deep through zone 1. Swinging back around. Zone 2. He's actually getting really deep in towards the end. Looks like he might have bubbled, maybe touched the wall just a bit right before touch and go. We get back around. Nice through zone 3. Able to finish off the run. Should be a decent score.
Yeah. I want to see what they think about that. Right at the very end of that outer zone 2. Hit a little bobble.
I mean, it looks like the judges are putting in the score.
All right, well, let's see what they say.
Which means that it probably won't be judged to 0. They're saying right there at the end, they were hoping that he'd pull a little bit more angle, but it's just tricky. It's
outer zone 2 or outer zone 3?
Well, outer zone 3. They said 2, there was a bobble, a pretty severe bobble at the end of 2, and that's part of the reason why he ends up with a 69, which puts him in 2nd place. Pulling up to the line now, we have car number 903, Yuichi Amagai with Perfect Style.
Trying for a big entry in the outer zone 1 and does it and does a great job. It's a little deep out of that outside zone. Makes his way to outer zone 2. It's nice and deep and oh!
Excellent save. Excellent save.
Yeah, he did a good job saving that because that's what I was talking about. You hit the rear end and it brings your front end around trying to take it out.
Little too deep. Being zone 1 was looking great. Really good speed.
Throws in a lot of angle right there.
Yeah, just a little too much speed going into zone 2. And once you straightened after the wall, that's pretty much the end of it. Yeah, the wall definitely has a kill streak right now.
Yeah, it's kind of taking everybody. It wasn't as bad when it was dry.
Yeah.
Because they had a lot of speed and they were able just to graze it and move on. Here, I think you touch it at all, it's going to unbalance the car and try to suck it in.
Oh yeah, especially whenever it's dry, you can throw on some throttle and pull yourself away from the wall. When it's wet, not quite the same thing. A lot of times you throw on a little bit of throttle and you're going into the wall. All right, Evangelion girls, which means that up next we'll have car number 610, Kei Murakami with Evangelion Racing. He's pulling around to the start line, or start right now.
Yeah, you'll hear cars going in the background. as we talk, they're doing their sight lap, because they haven't seen rain yet today. So they're getting their first sight lap in, and then they do their actual qualifying run. Makes his way out of the chicane. A really good flick coming into outer zone 1. Is deep in outer zone 1. And then, just missed the tires. Comes looking for outer zone 2. Does a nice job entering outer zone 2 and then staying all the way through. Gets real close to that wall as he exits outer zone 2. Does a real good job in that touch and go and inside clip. Come around to outer zone 3 and he almost makes it and then spins right after the finish line.
Had a lot of speed going into that last time.
That was a solid run.
Yeah, definitely a solid run. I think that there was a good chance he would have been our leader after that run. Yeah, beautiful zone 1. A nice and sweeping and smooth zone 2. Touch and go nice. Plenty of angle. Sweeping back to the inner clip. Just a little too much at the end.
Seen a comment saying to run the track backwards. Unfortunately, it's almost the same situation that they would have because they would have a huge run up coming into outer zone 3 that you can't really see without a camera being back there. There'd be a huge run up, so they'd have a lot of speed, and shutting it down that fast would be almost impossible. It is doable because they do it for EDS, but they don't have that much run up, and I know that if it was FD, they'd make them start going downhill. That'd be a lot.
I mean, I think that running this same setup backwards would be very fun.
It would be very fun, yes. They might have to change it up just a little bit, but
yeah, mix up the touch and go inner clips. But I guess the spirit of the figure 8 in reverse, I think could definitely work out nicely. Pulling up to the line now, we have car number 101, Luca Merli with Fat 5 Racing.
yeah, he was having some issues all weekend. He blew up a couple turbos, a diff, some axles, tie rods. So let's see what he can do for this first run. He does a nice conservative entry. Gets all the way through outer zone 1, does a nice job there. Makes his way to outer zone 2. Gets into outer zone 2 fairly early. And then stays deep, trying not to straighten. Has a little wavering, but does a nice job of that touch and go and inside clip. Coming around for outer zone 3. Does a very nice job in outer zone 3 and then holds on, so he does a nice job. I think he's the first one I've seen that deep in outer zone 3.
Oh, definitely. And he threw the throttle on there at the end. The counter saved him.
Yeah, for sure.
He was a beautiful line through 1. About as deep as you want to get in the current conditions for 2.
Yeah. It's a little wavering, but nothing that's going to dock him too much.
Nice angle through the touch and go. Hit the inner clip. And it just saving it right after the end of out zone 3.
I think getting hit on the gas the way he did definitely saved him.
Oh, definitely. And yeah, that was a very good run, especially in the condition. And a 70 puts Luca in position 2.
Very well done.
And just thinking about all the new drivers we have in FD1, the fact that a lot of these guys are just doing the figure 8 for the first time. Then on top of that, it's the first time in the rain for even more of them.
Yeah, well, this is the second time they've run this layout. A lot of people's first time in FDJ 1. So this is a lot of people's first time. So it is very difficult to get it right.
And pulling up to the line now, we have car number 43, Harry Yoza with Harry's Auto and Yoshidekyo BAM053 5X tires.
Has a big entry coming in out of zone 1. Does a nice job getting all the way through, nice and deep in that zone. Hanging out wide for outer zone 2. Does a very nice job. Staying right there at the wall, right at the very end. Hits the touch and go. And inside clip. And then throws a lot of angle in outer zone 3. It's a very nice job.
That recovery into zone 1, that was great. Because if he wouldn't have had that little switchback right before zone 1, he would have been off course, straight. Who knows what would have happened. Nice, beautiful line through zone 2. Brings it out super deep at the end. Just very smooth. Nice angles through each of the zones. Just dipped one tire right at the end. But overall, really, really nice run.
It's another driver that is very big on angle and speed.
And a 77 for Harry Yoza.
So
having in first place.
Yeah, so having to tame it down the way he did is a very excellent job.
So 77 our top score, followed by 73 and a 70, and a slew of 60s. So everybody's got quite a bit of room to grow. Pulling up now, it's car number 73. Ikuo Saito with Motis. 5X tires, West Alto.
And the only one with the R35. See what he does with it. Big heavy car, might help him right now. Goes in with some big angle coming in this 3-2-1. Dirt drops just a little bit, but helps him in his favor. Gets all the way through that zone of outer zone 1. Makes his way to outer zone 2. Has a lot of angle. Tries to get into the outer zone 2. Does it at the very end. Looks like he just missed that. Out that touch and go. Inside clip does a nice job. And gets all the way through outer zone 3.
Looks like halfway through his run, the rain started picking up as well. Yeah, that dirt drop actually helped him out.
Yeah, I think it did too.
Unfortunately, it didn't look like he'd be able to get into zone 2 right at the end. It looks like a little scrub right. Maybe caught with the touch and go.
They want to see the tires in the zone, not just the bumper.
But overall, a very good, clean first run. Unfortunately, it's a 0 for girls like. Her sight lap finished. We have car number 38, Itsuki Fukada with Big Globe SSR Team Dunlop, pulling around to the start line right now.
Has a good feint into outer zone 1. Just misses outer zone 1. They head to outer zone 2. She's trying to push herself out there to get into that zone. She just gets into it right at the very end. Looks like she just touched that touch and go. Does a nice job with that inside clip. And does a nice job in the outer zone 3.
A nice run up to zone 1, but just couldn't carry it out there. Zone 2, struggling to get in there. Halfway through, towards the end, she's able to grab just a little bit. It looks like she just missed the touch and go. Inner clip nice, and zone 3 nice and deep. And a 57 for Itsuki Takada.
That puts us on the board. So she can attack a little bit harder for run 2.
Yeah, the wind's just picking up more and more now.
Yeah, it's starting to get really cold. Yeah, so right now a lot of these drivers are not looking to score big. They're just looking to score. So I think she did an excellent job at just getting points on the board.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So hopefully run 2 for everybody will be a lot better.
And pulling up to the line now, we have car number 919, Echo Galt with Pop Race, 1087X with Evangelion Racing. Got them windshield wipers on high speed.
She makes her way with a big flick. Holding that handbrake all the way to outer zone 1. Gets the first piece of it and then falls out of it. She's coming around for outer zone 2. Throwing a lot of angle, hits the wall, and has to correct for that, but hits that touch and go. And inside clip, quite nice. Trying to push herself out to outer zone 3, and she does.
Yeah, coming in with a lot of speed. holding the e-brake, but just on it a little too quick. Pulled out his zone 1 before it's fully in there. Struggling to get to deep part out of zone 2, right at the beginning. Got a little too deep, right towards the middle. Touch and go, nice. Inner clip, 1 line out. And swinging back around for zone 3. Yeah, definitely came in really hot. That's what I like to see. Just clean up the entry a little bit into zone 1. And the sweep for zone 2. Very nice.
I think
63 for Echo.
I think a lot of these drivers were having an issue reaching outer zone 1 when it was dry.
Oh yeah.
And then now it's helping them because they don't have to go as fast. And they feel more comfortable, so they're more confident coming in with a little speed.
Plus side, it looks like right now it's going to be consistent for the first and second runs. And coming back around now, pulling up to the line shortly, we have car number 144, Mr. Daniel with Cheeseburger Racing. He's been putting some really good runs together this whole weekend.
Yeah, he was throwing in insane angle coming into outer zone 1. So we'll see what he can do for this qualifying score in the rain. Those are fast windshield wipers. I don't know if mine go that fast.
I don't think they do.
Whoa, throwing in some big angle with a lot of speed, slowing it down, but does a nice job getting all the way through the zone. As he looks for this outer zone 2, he slows way down, but does get in it. Has a lot of angle and hits the wall. Makes him waver just a little bit, but hits that touch and go. And inside clip. And gets deep into outer zone 3 as he finishes off. His tail light popped out too.
Just going to the remote version. Yeah, nice and deep. Lots of speed on Zone 2. Just a lot of speed right at the beginning of it. He was able to finish it mostly unscathed. So what do you guys think? Where do you think he ended up with as far as score was?
I see at 80, 74, 75, 69, 68.
Yeah, that's definitely the trickiest part, is possible 0 for the wall hit.
Ooh, 76.
76. Currently in second place. I think they rewarded him for his aggressive entries and his angles. Just think, if he can get into zone 2 a little cleaner, with a little bit more angle, improve on that score quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. I think he came in with not enough speed, so when you hit the handbrake, he slowed way down.
And coming around now, we have car number 89, Pop, with Nexter and Drive to Drift Academy. top spin running a lot of speed.
Looks like he's slowing it down a good bit, but does a big flick as he enters this 3-2-1 cone. Gets deep into outer zone 1, and then we'll see how they have to score that, but it might be a half spin. But just touches the wall. Does a nice job. That touch and go, an inside clip. And throws in a lot of angle in outer zone 3. I don't know if you can see it, but he threw some of his old rubber off from when he hit after that inside clip.
Oh, okay. Just a little deep, a little scrub right there. Just doing on just. Unfortunately, it's a 0 for Pop.
But now he knows what to expect
for
his second roll.
Half spin.
Yeah. He now knows what to expect for this his second run, so we should expect him to be a little better. Hopefully get a score.
Just a little bit more improvement, a couple of adjustments, should be good to go. Coming back around to the start line, that's car number 870, Akihiro Hanawa with DGR Racing with Good Ride. It is tricky though. You like Mikey's car before or after delivery?
I like it both ways. I just like a clean car.
I mean, it is tricky.
But then you have somebody like Harry's car that just looks old school.
Yeah.
It looks really good too. There's in a lot of angle coming around this 3-2-1 cone. Gets all the way through outer zone 1 and does a nice job. Wavers just a little bit. And makes his way to outer zone 2 and then hits the wall and it throws him offline. But he will continue and get right back into that zone. Does a nice job. That touch and go is a little far back in that inside clip, but does an excellent job in outer zone 3.
That was an excellent recovery.
Yeah.
A nice hard flick. Get into zone 1. Zone 2. Yeah, just that one little bump set him offline, just kicked him right back out the zone. I was worried at first if he did a 3 motion entry. Oh, finger fighters. And a 69 for Hanawa. And that puts him in the 6th place. But the judges were saying they really loved his aggressiveness. And over at our judge tent, they lowered down our wind and rain blockers.
Does make it a little hard to see, but I'd much rather be out of the rain than in the
wet?
Yeah.
And we have car number 10, Toshihiki Oyu with Team Kazama, going up to the line right now.
Now, what do you think about this car?
I like it. Super clean.
It's very clean.
I say clean. You got a lot of dirt on it right now. They're just doing a quick check.
This is all carbon. So
on his sight lap, he got a little dirty.
A little dirty. He almost hit a guardrail. that you guys can't see.
Yeah, definitely. Good thing he's got the wing in the rain.
Give him a little advantage.
I mean,
some downforce maybe.
I would think that I would have max downforce.
Has a big flick with a lot of speed coming into this outer zone 1. It's just short, and then he has to half spins. But he will try to finish and get us a little bit more practice for his second run.
Doing side lap, he just came in super hot. So I think he went just the opposite end. Just coming in and transitioned really, really early. And unfortunately, he didn't have enough speed to bring him out to zone 1. And with the half spin at the beginning, unfortunately, I think he's going to be getting a 0. That's a 0 for OU. Okay, I was a little worried at first because I saw part of the bumper, but I didn't see any movement. As soon as I looked up, I see a van. And what is that? And that's from the next car pulling up. Car number 31. Jason Yeh from 441 BW Academy with his A31 Safaro.
Yeah, he was doing insane in practice. Going in a lot of speed, a lot of angle, more than just about anybody that I've seen.
Oh yeah,
and
super aggressive.
So let's hope he can tame it down because, as you see, he already lost his bumper in the side lap. So
I mean, maybe that's better for him.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
I mean, you get deeper in the zone 2 now.
Yeah, just a little bit. Comes out of the chicane, gaining a lot of speed. Does a nice feint entry. Gets all the way through outer zone 1. Makes his way outer zone 2. Gets nice and deep. And enters right at the beginning And he gets a lot of that zone 2 and throws it right into the wall. And does a nice job saving it as he makes his way around to outer zone 3. Does a nice job in outer zone 3. He didn't slow down.
No.
He tried to go as fast as he could.
It was going back and forth between throttle and e-brake. But overall, hit the zone nice and deep. And then when it worked its way out to the deep part of zone 2 towards the end, touch and go. Inner clip as far in as you can get, and nice and deep through zone 3.
The water conditions are definitely getting worse. I'm starting to see some shimmer on the track. It means there's standing water. Not too much. It's draining pretty fast, but it's definitely going to be affecting the driver.
Yeah, there are definitely going to be spots. Unfortunately, a 0 for Jason Yick. They were saying it's due to the counter.
Oh, after he hit the wall?
Yeah.
That's a tough break for him.
Yeah. But at least he has another run that he can do. But I tell you what, Jason's car just wanted to grip up so bad. I saw a couple times where he stopped and it just would shake out of it. Going up to the line now, we have car number 888, John McKinn with Freestyle, Lauderdale Racing, and Kendo.
Does a nice job getting into outer zone 1, is all the way through it, makes his way to outer zone 2. Does a nice job getting in outer zone 2 right at the beginning and staying all the way in it, all the way through. Hits his touch and go quite nice. And the inside clip comes around to outer zone 3. Is nice and deep in outer zone 3. That's a very solid job.
I tell you, John McKinn was having some issues with the dry earlier today, but it looks like he's running perfect in the wet. Nice and deep, went all the way through zone 1. Swinging back around. The zone 2, about as good as you can get, especially in these wet conditions. Switch back to inner clip, and then nice and deep through zone 3. Yeah, you can see the fans are out here.
They're holding it down strong.
And 73 for John McKinn. Those fans, yeah, that little rain's not going to stop them. Yeah, that's right. Tons of people are putting down good runs. And then all it takes is something right there at the end of zone 3. And a half spin after across the finish line earn you a 0. Pulling up to the line now, we have car number 530. Wataru Masayama with Evangelion Racing.
There's a nice feint entry right before the 3-2-1 cones. Just gets into outer zone 1, and it does a nice job staying all the way through it. Looking for outer zone 2. Does a nice job entering outer zone 2 very early. And nice and deep all the way through. Gets the touch and go and inside clip. Comes around for this outer zone 3. And is nice and deep in outer zone 3.
Definitely a great yet conservative run.
Yeah. Just gets in there and then stays all the way through.
It did a great job riding zone 2. Good proximity to the wall.
Solid run.
The touch and go. Right on the edge. Inner clip, you get in a little bit closer, but overall, a nice run. Should put out a really nice score. 75 puts him in 3rd place. So tricky because we got to see all the cool drive practices. Tons of speed, tons of angle, tons of smoke. And all the drivers are essentially getting 1 lap to relearn the track in the wet and trying to put down something clean to get a score on. It is so difficult.
Yeah, having to change your whole mindset in 1 lap is very, very difficult. So I think these drivers are doing an excellent job. Some need some improvement, but all in all, like, I think they're doing an excellent job.
Oh, very much so. Pulling around now, we have car number 16, Jerry Zut with Team TMS Racing with JTK.
Throws in some big angle as he enters outer zone 1. Gets in, comes out, gets back in. As he turns that tire around from those tires, getting into outer zone 2. Does a nice job, gets nice and deep in outer zone 2 at the very end. Grabs his touch and go. Transitions for that inside clip. Does a nice job throwing in a lot of angle after outer zone 3, trying to save it, and he did.
I love his speed and then coming in. He was able to get all the way through the end of outer zone 1, outer zone 2. Finished up very nicely, got in super early. Touch and go was very close. I'm not sure if he quite got to it. So that might be a minor deduction for that. And the TMS Race Girl. That hat looks very familiar.
Oh, it's the same one you got on. Oh.
And a 64 for Jerry Zip. That puts him in 10th place.
I wasn't paying attention to Jen on his sight lap. I'm assuming he hit the wall. as they're cleaning the wall.
Because
it looks like his headlight right off track.
His bumper was barely hanging on.
Well, it's not. He's just pushing it.
It's sort of like hanging on. Is his bumper still on? Yeah, there you go. It's still there. See, that's attached.
All right, just tape. Tape fixes everything.
Oh. I guess that's pulling up to the line. That's car 17, Jen Horino with TSA, Motorsport, Toyo tires. They're doing some last-minute adjustments on bumper alignment.
Yeah, so during his sight lap, I wasn't paying attention. We were paying attention to the replay, but it looked like when he was entering into zone 2, he tapped the wall, and you're now seeing the after effects of that. His headlight is right off track. They're taking his bumper off. They're gonna look, make sure he's cleared to run, make sure nothing is gonna fly off on the track, and he should be good to start.
The crazy thing is, that was the opposite side. That was the wall side.
Yeah. Maybe he looped it. I didn't get to see his side lap, so.
Yeah, they're taking a look to make sure that the car runs fine. And they're asking him if he would like to take a 5-minute timeout.
So there is no replay of the crash, just because it was a side lap. They weren't filming. They were playing the replay of the run previously by Jerry. So there is no video of the crash. I'm sorry about that.
And unfortunately, I didn't get to see it either. Okay, what's doing is he is canceling his first run and going back to the pits. So he'll take a 0 for the first run, so that way he can work on the car to come out and knock out a good second run.
Yeah, so maybe they saw something that he didn't like. I want to get a better opinion on what is going on.
So he can put down a good second qualifying run.
Exactly. Yeah, so Jin Horino will not be making his first run.
I know one thing about the sight laps that's good is it lets you get a feel for the track.
Yeah.
The downside is just
get a
imagine
feel for
putting
the
down a really good sight lap run.
Yeah.
And then coming out and your for real run just wasn't quite as good as what your sight lap run was.
It's kind of also hard at the same time because when you're entering an outer zone 1, if you don't have enough speed, you need to speed up, but you don't know how much because you haven't had more than one lap. Or if you've come in too hot, you don't know if you need to slow down. way down or just a little bit. So it's definitely a hard balance to figure out.
And the other thing that's with the sight lap is, it's after the sight lap, you don't get time to make any adjustments to the car.
Yeah, exactly.
It's sight lap and then all the driver adjustments that you can do.
Yeah, he did have front end damage, so he might be looking at a bent tie rod or some front suspension components. So.
Hopefully, him and his team can get that sorted.
Yeah, he will have a decent amount of time to try to fix it. There's still a few drivers left on the list, and then he has the whole top half of run two to get with him.
And pulling up now, we have car number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro, with Ishin 5X tires and Origin Lab.
Coming in with a lot of speed, having to scrub it all down to get in that first outer zone, which he does, but he gets out of it and then gets right back into it. Has a little waiver right before outer zone 2, but gets into outer zone 2 at the very beginning of it, and then stays all the way through nice and deep. Does a nice job of that touch and go, comes around it in the inside clip. And now looking for outer zone 3. He does a nice job at outer zone 3, and then it looks like he might have held on to it, but we'll see what the judges think.
So what do you guys think? Was that a half spin, or did he save it just in time? He did an excellent job cleaning up zone 2 from the sight lap.
Yeah.
Beautiful inner clip. It's right on the edge. That's definitely right on the edge. And after the finish line, the judges are talking about whenever they're running in tandems, whether or not someone will be able to chase that, and unfortunately,
going to get a 0. So he had a solid lap, and then right at the end, they try to throw in a little bit more, and it just bites them.
Yeah.
It's happened to a lot of drivers today so far. Hopefully they understand that they can't do that, and they will correct it for their second run.
And right now we have card number 212. Yutaro Oe with Good Rod Motorsports.
A little steamy.
I don't think that I've ever not seen that car steamy.
No, it's always done that. Does a nice job coming into outer zone 1. Has one tire all the way through outer zone 1. Comes around for outer zone 2. Does an excellent job staying all the way through and throwing in a lot of angle, hitting the wall. Wavering just a little bit. Looks like he barely touched that touch and go. Does a nice job of that inside clip. Comes around in nice and deep and with a lot of angle at his outer zone 3.
Yeah. They've been coming in super hot, throwing tons of angle. And just trying to stay in outer zone 1. Swinging back around for zone 2. He gets in a little deep, and we start pouring on throttle here. That's whenever he made a little bit of contact with the wall. Right. Again, on the border of was he straight, was he not?
It's hard.
Do they consider that a correction?
Oh. He
and
gets
70.
70.
Oh, Jared, right on the money. 70.
Does a nice job in that RX-7.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one in the event today.
Yep, it is. It is. And the 3-rotor. Overall, a very good run. Nice and deep through all the zones. Lots of aggression. Nice speed through lots of angles right into zone 1.
Yeah, exactly.
And pulling up to the line now, we have car number 19, Yukio Matsui with Matsumoto Kiyoshi M2 Evolution. He also has been coming in super hot today.
Yeah, exactly. It's an LS powered BMW comes in to this 3-2 zone with a lot of speed, but scrubs it down and then, okay, he got it. Does a nice job in outer zone 1. Has to waver just a little bit to stay on course, but does a good job in outer zone 2. It's nice and deep right at the very end. Looks like he barely touched that touch and go. Does a nice job in the inner side clip. And is nice and deep in outer zone 3. Looks like he has one tire off.
Overall, could definitely use a little bit of cleanup.
Yeah.
But definitely a great first run, especially in these conditions. Bringing it out to zone 2. Just rides the whole thing nice. Right on the edge of the touch and go. Nice through the inner clip and nice and deep through zone 3.
And I'm sure you can hear the next person up. Let's see if y'all can guess who it is. I think only one car sounds like this, so I think y'all can do it.
66 for Matsui, and that brings him into 11th place. Yeah, definitely some room to clean up, but overall, a very nice wet run. And coming back around to the start line.
Y'all are all correct. It is Daigo Saito.
Car number 87. Daigo Saito with Fat 5 Racing.
Trying to get a little bit extra.
A little bit extra heat in the tires there.
Throwing him a lot of angle as he comes around. For this outer zone 1, does a nice job getting into outer zone 1. Looking for outer zone 2. Is nice and deep into outer zone 2. And right at the beginning comes around. It stays all the way through and then almost touches the wall right at the end. Does a good job at touch and go and inside clip. And then is a little shallow. That outer zone 3 using a lot of that footwork. It looks like he might have did a 3 motion at the entry, but we'll see how they see that.
Well, we're not going to see replay on that then.
No, I don't think so. But we'll see what the judges think.
Super deep. He's on 1, 2. You can see just great throttle control here.
Yeah, exactly.
Just staying in the zone. Nice deep touch and go. Beautiful to the inner clip. And gets 1 tire, maybe 2 right at the end into outer zone 3.
Yeah.
I see everything from a 67 to an 80, 84, 87.
He had so much torque, he had to just be nice and gentle with that throttle where he just didn't use too much of it.
I feel like, okay, well, once this rain, let me just, all my accessories off. I don't need any extra boost. And a 79. First place for Daigo Saito. Line, beautiful score. Angle, lots of angle. And I feel like in the rain, a lot of people are hurting a little bit on the style.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really get the smoke. You don't really get the high speed.
Yeah, and you can't use a whole lot of throttle because then you just don't have enough grip for it. So unless they tune way down, they wouldn't be able to use it.
Exactly. We have car number 77, Yusuke Kusaba with Team Cusco Racing.
There's a big flick come right before this 3-2-1. Just gets to the edge of the track, does a nice job in outer zone 1, gets deep and all the way through, makes his way to outer zone 2, is nice and deep in outer zone 2. Looks like he just gets on the line and just taps the wall right there at the end. Does a nice job, that touch and go and inside clip. And then does a nice job in outer zone 3.
Lots of angle speed going into zone 1. And he pulled the e-brake just in time to get back into zone 1. Bringing it around all the way through zone 2. Touch and go, nice. Switch back. And back on throttle through zone 3 at the finish line. Yeah, definitely a nice, very smooth run. And a 76 for Kusaba. Puts him into 4th place. Overall, very good, clean run, especially in the rain.
Yeah.
Pulling up the starting line now, we have car number 27, Shangju Zhang with GMS Coffee with TMS.
Have a lot of variety of cars, as y'all can see. Still think that S15 with the 240 front end is a very nice car. What do y'all think? makes his way to this 3-2-1 zone, has a nice handbrake entry, gets all the way through outer zone 1, does a nice job staying deep in there. Looking for outer zone 2, does a nice job getting in outer zone 2 very early, and then staying all the way in. It's a little shallow through the middle, but nothing too crazy. Does a nice job of that touch and go and inside clip. And it gets nice and deep in outer zone 3 with a lot of angle.
Excellent, excellent control. Nice and deep through zone 1. Carries quite a bit of speed, which is great. Bringing it around. Very smooth one through zone 2. Gets a bit deeper towards the end. Touch and go nice. A little far out with the inner clip. And nice and deep through zone 3.
Have the TMS girl out.
Yeah. And a 70 for Zhang. Puts him in 9th place. Very, very good control. Overall, I think he just has to work on getting a little deeper in some of the zones, a little bit more angle, and bringing a little bit more speed into it. But again, it's super tricky with all the wind.
Yeah. It looks like it picked up more than when we started with. So.
Yeah, and we have quite a bit more wind too. So some of the drivers have mesh instead of windows.
Yeah, they're getting so.
Yep. And pulling up now, we have car number 61, Mao Yamanaka with Good Ride Motorsports. Mao at the starting line now. Switch your wiper.
Mao coming around with a big flick into outer zone 1. Has a lot of angle. Does a nice job in outer zone 1. Has a lot of speed coming into outer zone 2. Staying right there next to the wall. Using a lot of foot brake as he comes around outer zone 3. Can he hold on? And he's crab walking. Let's see what they say. Very close.
That was a pretty much perfect run.
Yeah.
Until he crosses the finish line.
It just shows how much angle these guys have, though. Because that wheel at the end was almost at 90 degrees.
Inner clip, nice, beautiful. I tell you, it's so close, so close. I know the judges are talking about, well, is that a half spin? It's
moving.
Is crab walking half spinning?
He was in forward motion. So just depends on how they want to see it. I'm glad I'm not judging.
Unfortunately, Mal gets a 0.
Because seeing how some of y'all are interacting in the chat doesn't look like I would want those comments towards me. You know, having some.
You could be our guest judge.
Yeah.
You're allowed to overrule anything anyone else says.
Just once, though.
Just once. And then they get a chance to flip a point to overrule you again. Yeah, it was so close. It was a perfect run up until right through the end. And pulling up to the line now, we have car number 774, Hokuto Matsuyama with Cusco Racing. And the McDonald's safety car.
That's an interesting looking car. What do y'all think about the safety car? Has a big entry come right before this 3-2-1 cone. Does a nice job all the way through outer zone 1. Come around to outer zone 2, gets in outer zone 2 at the very beginning. It stays all the way through. Has a little waiver. Does a nice job with that touch and go and inside clip, making his way for outer zone 3. Does a nice job in outer zone 3.
Well, I'll tell you what. That's another very good run. Really long handbrake, bringing him out to zone 1. Switch back. You can see a couple handbrakes there. Send him nice and deep into zone 2. A small correction. Gets out to the touch and go. Switch back to the inner clip. It's tricky there because it looks like maybe 3 tires off also after the finish line.
It's hard.
But a 75 for Hokuto Matsuyama brings him into 6th place. Yeah, so from the judges' perspective, it's a little different from the cameras.
Yeah.
And it's a little different from the spotters and the fans to our left and right. But yeah, we have a great view of outside zone 1. And then the inner clip, and we have a great view of outer zone 3.
Yeah, exactly. So especially since it's raining, you can see exactly where everything is. Now, when it is dry out, it makes it a little bit more difficult to see some of the zones because of the smoke. You have to check the replay. But since it's raining out, they get to see exactly what you're doing. And if you move or waver or bobble or do any of that, they can see it right away.
Very much so. I mean, the hardest part now is because of the rain, we have cover. So it's hard to see the run-up. But
yeah.
Speaking of run-ups, we're going to have car number 555, Yukio Fausto, Mini GT with Liberty Walk, doing his run-up next.
This car is also a fan favorite, so we'll see how he does. Coming in with a lot of speed as he enters this first outer zone. Just plays with that, the very start of that line, makes his way to outer zone 2. Gets in and out of outer zone 2 and then gets right there on the wall. Hits the touch and go. Coming around for outer zone 3. And he's just playing it safe as he gets through outer zone 3.
Yeah, definitely a lot of speed coming into this first zone. Just flirting with the edge of zone 1.
Yeah.
Bringing back around. You can see him on and off throttle, just trying to maintain control. And getting good proximity to the wall.
Being very conservative, but I think conservative is going to play in his favor to get a score on the board.
He wasn't quite as far in the inner clip as he could have been, but overall, a decent first run.
If you need to get a score, why flirt with disaster?
That's right.
Just get the score down and then go flirt with disaster.
And there's the Fausto's family. And a 68 puts him in the 14th place. A great first run. Definitely has some notes to clean up. Just picking up a couple cones. And the headlight from a car before.
I think that was from Jen.
Yep.
Yeah, so I've seen a lot of comments having questions about the half spins after the finish line. How the judges see it, if you spin after the finish line, the chase car cannot finish and will most likely hit you, causing a wreck. So if you cause somebody a wreck, then you're automatically going to get a 0. So that's how they see it in qualifying. They see if you half spin at all anywhere in their side of view, you're going to get a 0.
And up next is car number 9, Hiyofumi Hamada with Hush 9 Racing in Valino.
Coming in with a lot of speed, having to scrub it all down on that handbrake. Does a good job in the outer zone 1. Makes his way for outer zone 2. It's a little shallow starting, and then stays shallow all the way through, right into the very end. He gets right there, and it looks like he hit the wall. His bumper is hanging off now. Does a good job in that touch go and inside clip. Comes around for outer zone 3. Gets deep in outer zone 3.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful job in outer zone 3. Nice entry into zone 1. Able to finish up nice and deep through zone 1. Zone 2 just flirts with the entry line, and then right towards the end, flirting with the wall.
Yeah.
A little kiss on the cheek. Overall, a very nice clean run. Mata can work on getting a little bit deeper into a couple zones and staying away from the wall just a little bit towards the end. And 69 for Hamada. It puts him into 12th place.
Ooh. Got splashed with water.
So the wind stopped for a second and then picked up, and we have a plastic sheet in front of us, and it just splashes off. Us, the judges, the people in the back of the booth, everybody. And coming around now, we have car number 947, Jake Jones, Drift Squid.
Yeah, he was having a little issues this weekend with some engine troubles, transmission troubles. It looks like he got it all sorted out as he's heading to the line. So we'll see what he does. He was doing good during practice, but again, all things have changed now that there's water involved. Coming in with a lot of speed, trying to scrub it down. Gets in and out, and then back into outer zone 1 as he comes around for outer zone 2. He's a little shallow, trying to push it all the way out there, and it gets all the way out there. And then now he's straightened out because he hit the wall. And he will continue as he gets a little bit more practice. Hopefully comes back for run 2 better than ever.
judges were saying he was doing an excellent job up until that one quick throttle flick that sent him to the wall.
I think he realized that he needed a little bit to get deeper in that zone. Tried, and then it just shoved him right there in the wall.
It's crazy, especially when you're trying to fix an issue. A little bit of overcorrection, and especially with the wall corner.
Yeah, he. I don't know if you could tell on his run up, he only shifted only into second gear, so he's only using first and second because he had some transmission issues and he can't get it into the third gear. So
unfortunately, it's a 0 for Jake on his first run. He can come out and finish up strong. Looks like Zygo's car is up on
some jack stands.
Yeah.
That's never a good sign. As his second run of qualifying is probably in the next hour.
Maybe they're making some minor adjustments for the rain.
Minor, maybe like 34 mil toe in.
Yeah. And current ranking on the left side. Zygo topping it off with a 79. We have the 79s and the 70s drop off pretty fast.
Yeah.
So that means again, it's anyone's game. Come into the second run, put together a nice clean run, an 80, and you're in first place.
Yeah. So we were talking about it yesterday, and we did not expect rain. And we were thinking that qualifying was going to be a very high qualifying as we were going through practice. It's just quickly changing our minds, though, because conditions have totally flipped.
And pulling up next is car number 131, Yuma with Team Orange Jr. He had a little run-in with the wall during his sight lap, so they're taping his bumper back on, or his half-cut bumper, or quarter-cut bumper.
It's still a bumper, I guess. What do y'all think about that? Do y'all like the half-cut bumper look, or do y'all like the full look? The full bumper look.
And at what point does it not become a bumper anymore?
Yeah. Like Hamada has a full bumper.
Yep.
It looks like a street car. And then you have Ruma, which looks like he has a pro car because of the half-cut bumper.
And I've seen people with just a sliver. Like I don't know that I would ever call that a bumper. It looks almost like a lower body guard, like a lip on your trunk, a trunk lip.
If it bolts on, I guess it's a bumper, huh? Because I'm a full cut bumper person. I don't want it cut at all. I like the full clean street car look.
I think it depends on the car.
Yeah, Josh definitely has both.
Yeah.
So he can.
I have full bumper. I have half cut. I have no bumper. Yeah, the Cresta half cut. By far my favorite.
And then Ruma coming in with a lot of speed, trying to slow it down, and then does a nice job through outer zone 1. Get it right next to the wall, flirting with it, and gives it a little kiss. As he comes around to this touch and go, does a nice job in that touch and go and inside clip. Has one tire into outer zone 3.
I don't think that he liked how they taped up his bumper. So he's like, I'll fix it myself.
Do it
Take
again.
to the pit. Yeah. Beautiful, nice and deep in the zone 1.
I think they're going to try looking to see if he maybe fully stopped.
super deep throughout the entirety. Zone 2. Inner clip, really nice and inside. Right at the edge of zone 3. I guess that's a tiger claw? A lion paw? What do you guys think? What is that? The 3 from?
Gets a 71, puts him in 9th position.
Excellent first one.
I guess it'd go for either because they have a little bit of everything around here.
They got owls and eagles too.
Yeah.
So, is it one of them?
Just whatever you want it to be.
Yep, that's right. 5 more drivers left. The judges are saying they'd like to see a little bit more speed through zone 1, and to be careful with that possible spin.
Yeah, because I think Ruma probably came in with the most speed out of anybody today. Okay. But he almost also parked it inside of outer zone 1 too. So.
And coming up now, car number 4, Masanori Kohashi with Team Orange.
Masanori also coming in with a lot of speed. He's a little shallow in outer zone 1 and then leaves a little early. Makes his way to outer zone 2. Is nice. Right in the middle of that outer zone 2. Hits the touch and go. Comes around for this inside clip. Does a nice job in outer zone 3. Using a lot of angle trying to stay afloat.
I don't know if you remember the Suzuka round, but his first qualifying run, beautiful run, and then he just spins out right after the finish.
Definitely had to have that in the back of his mind.
He was like, nope, I am not doing that again. A little shallow through 1, but 2, nice and deep. The control to keep from hitting the wall right there. I mean, especially with some of these guys' setups for engines, when you have NOS and you just have instant torque, it's actually really difficult from not spinning out.
Yeah. Got the Team Orange girl out. Hopefully she's not saying he got a 22.
Hopefully not. And a 68 for Masanori Kohashi, puts him in 18th place. Clean up zone 1 a bit. Zone 2 a little bit deeper on entry. And up to the 80s.
Yeah. But again, I think most people's goal is just to get on the board. And then the second run, they're going to come out swinging. It's tough having, it's very tough having a 0 on your first run because now you have, your second run has to be conservative.
Conservative, but score enough to get into the show.
Exactly.
And right now we have car number 37. Koichi Yamashita with TMS Racing and 5X tires pulling up to the line. Yep, all of qualifying has been wet so far.
Has a big flick coming into this outer zone 1. It's nice and deep in outer zone 1, throwing in a lot of angle as he makes his way to outer zone 2. Nice and deep in outer zone 2. And he gets one tire in, and then, it saves it from hitting the wall. And it looks like he just barely missed that touch and go. Does a nice job on that inside clip, and then comes around for outer zone 3, and they're throwing in a lot of angle.
That was great because they were pulled through.
Those BMWs have a lot of angle too.
Nice and deep through zone 1, swing it back around. Enters 2 and rides 2 nice and deep, especially at the end. Very close to the touch and go. Might get points docked for that, or that might have cleared him to hit it.
So they will, the drivers will not get a side lap for their second run. The side lap is just for them to see the change of conditions. Conditions haven't changed since their first runs, so they will not be getting a side lap.
And a 74 puts Yamasa in 7th place.
Was that Jake Jones that was getting towed off?
It looked like it might have been.
Hopefully nothing is too bad with him. He's getting towed off in the background. Y'all won't be able to see that. But he'll make it back to the pit, and hopefully he's out for his second run.
Yeah, he's still got plenty of time to do whatever he needs to do. I didn't really see anything on his run that would make me worry.
No, it didn't. But again, he might have seen some pressure changes or some temperature changes. That is not good for him.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah.
And we have car number 21, Ken Gushi with Team Kazama pulling up to the line.
He is third from the last, so we have 3 drivers, including Ken, left before their first runs. Ken coming with a big flick, trying to find outer zone 1, and he does. Goes in a lot of angle, looking for outer zone 2. Starts off in outer zone 2 and then stays right there on the wall, hits the wall. Does a nice job in that touch and go and inside clip. And then it has 1 tire in, it looks like, and then 1 tire on the line for outer zone 3.
Overall, an excellent run. Nice and deep into zone 1. Was able to ride the whole way through. Swinging back around. And just riding zone 2 all the way through. A little wall rub right there. Could get a couple more points with the inner clip and a little deeper in outer zone 3. But overall, a very solid run. And the 82 puts him in first place.
Very good run by Ken Gucci. He has been solid all year round.
Yeah, in each of the courses.
Yes.
The judges said that all he needed is getting a little deeper into zone 3, and that would have jacked up the score even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roger, we're not sure at this time. Hopefully, it's not that case, though. Hopefully, it's a quick fix. He'll be back out. And pulling around now is car number 36, Kazumi Takahashi with TMS Racing Team.
Tomorrow, I do not think it's supposed to be raining.
It's supposed to stop after like 6 a.m.
Yeah, so it should be. It might be a little wet for top 32, but top 16 should be clean. Got Takahashi coming in with a big flick and a lot of speed coming for this outside zone 1. Does a nice job for outside side 1. Comes around for outside zone 2. Nice and deep into outside zone 2. He's coming in with a lot of speed. Does a nice job in that touch and go and inside clip. And outer zone 3, he's nice and deep in.
He's struck a lot of speed going straight. Yeah. I mean, after seeing some people spin out, I would too, though. Zone 1 finishes nice and deep. Switching around back to zone 2. Riding zone 2 all the way through. Nice and deep in the finish. Touch and go. Inner clip. And then bringing it out to zone 3. A little slow through zone 3.
Yeah.
But overall, very good and clean run. And an 80 brings him into number 2 spot. Yeah, definitely. I mean, just imagine these in the dry, because that's what we were seeing all weekend. Tons of smoke, speed.
We should be able to get to enjoy it tomorrow, though.
Yes. Because again, tomorrow, the weather has it. It stopped raining early in the morning. It's just supposed to be raining overnight. And pulling up now, we have car number 771. Hiroya Minowa with Cusco Racing.
Coming off of 2 round wins, because he has one from FDUS and the last round in FDJ, and then a second place finish first round in FDJ. So he's coming off with some success. To see how he does. Throwing in a lot of angle right before this 3-2-1. Nice and deep, all the way through outer zone 1. Using a lot of that foot brake. Ah! He was doing so good, and then it just stopped. Maybe he misshifted, or I don't know, something wasn't right.
The judges think it might be clutch. Especially with you know, all the runs earlier in the dry. Overall, a very good run up until it wasn't.
Yeah. But I'm sure his team will get out, look at the car, and get it figured out. So he's back for run number 2.
And with Hiro's first run in the books, that is the completion of run 1. Overall, overall, we have a good set of laps put down, and everybody should be able to improve.
This is the current ranking position for all the drivers for their first runs. We have Kengushi at first, Takahashi in second, and I didn't see the rest.
We're going to head to commercial. We'll be right back in just a little bit, guys.
G-SHOCK MRG カシオ The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。
いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば
横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
追い求めれば求めるほど遠ざかる時もある。でも理想に追いつけるのは自分だけだ。池江璃花子は横浜ゴムと世界に挑戦する。限界はない。行くぞ横浜。
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Galspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
In a world of extremes, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮。チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ。小倉レーシングクラッチ。ORC。
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Welcome back, guys. And you can see that our ranking, we have only 2 drivers in the 80s. That means there is tons of room for all the other drivers to grow, finish off, and jump to number 1.
Yeah, conditions got a little bit tougher. Rain is a little bit harder. A lot more wind.
And lining up, car number 899, Zhang Dai, team 21, his first run.
Having to slow way down as he enters outer zone 1. Does a nice job staying with it as he makes his way to outer zone 2. He's nice and deep in outer zone 2. Does a real nice job getting right there on that wall as he makes his way to that touch and go and inside clip. Going in a lot of angle, getting 2 tires off as he finishes off outer zone 3.
Another very good run from Dai. Nice and deep. Zone 1. Switching back. He's having all kinds of trouble during practices. I think he had some transmission and clutch issues yesterday. Looks like he's come back very strong. And already sitting on a 73.
See if he can improve it. He gets it.
74.
It's a 1-point improvement.
Consistency.
Is your paper soaked?
I just drenched. I didn't leave my paper out in the rain. Up next, from 808, Yagi Racing, sitting on a 0.
Tried to get sideways for that 3-2-1. Gets a little deep. Has an outside zone 1. Comes around for outer zone 2. It's really shallow, trying to get there, and gets there right at the end. Hits that touch and go. And the inside clip comes around for outer zone 3. It's nice deep in outer zone 3.
Unfortunately, I think that that right there looks like getting
3 tires off.
He finished up really nice. Unfortunately, I think that and that's Miyagi's second 0 of the day.
That puts him out for the weekend. Very unfortunate.
Up next, we have car number 822, Zhang Hao with Barbie Racing. Motorsports, 64.
Has a nice handbrake entry and then just reverse entry and then just bobbles it a little bit too much. Comes around to outer zone 2. It's really shallow and again, it gets real deep, touches the wall. Hits the touch and go and the inside clip. Comes around for outer zone 3. Does a very nice shot for outer zone 3.
Unfortunately, I think they're going to get him here with backing it in. And install it.
Yeah. I mean, that's also a nice thing about having a qualifying run.
Yeah, you can go all out.
Yeah. We'll see if a 64 holds up in the top 32.
And pulling up to the line now, we have car number 11, Sam Lucas, team summit with B4.
He's sitting on a 0, so let's see if he can improve. This would be nice and conservative. Oh, he gets real big angle as he enters outer zone 1. Missing outer zone 1, but then gets into it right at the very end, comes around, almost hitting the tires, but finds outer zone 2 really early, nice and deep, right there, flirting with the wall, gives it a little touch, and then hits the touch and go, and inside clip, comes around for this outer zone 3, and using a lot of his angle as he finishes off outer zone 3.
That was a huge flip.
Yeah.
Getting into zone 1 about halfway through, but finishes nice and deep. Swinging out to zone 2. Right nice and deep to zone 2. Looks like maybe a little bit of love with the wall. Touch and go, switch back. Nice and inner clip. And really deep in zone. So I see some 65, some 68, 60, 67, 73, 83, and he gets a 63, puts him in 27th place.
And let's see if that holds on as we make our way to the last of the final runs, qualifying runs.
Car number 20, Mr. Kennedy. Team Academic 100. Sitting on a 50.
Hangs one tire off track as he's entering into outer zone 1. Comes around for outer zone 2. It's nice and deep in outer zone 2. It looks like he touches the wall, and he's just riding that wall all the way down. And he gets nice and deep in that touch and go. Does a nice job of that inside clip and makes his way around outer zone 3 nice and deep. Does a very nice job.
I feel like I've seen that wall ride before. I think it was him. A NASCAR race.
Oh.
One dirt drop. Just clip the end of zone 1 with a bit in the beginning. And you can see here he's super deep already into zone 2. So he just hit the throttle and slid around the wall. Hit the touch and go back to the inner clip, nice and deep through zone 3. Makes me wonder, it's like, okay, can we just slide around the wall? That seems like the easiest way to go.
Well, especially if it's wet, the wall is not moving. So, maybe.
Just gun it and slide. And at 67. That puts him in the 22nd place. Going up to the line now, you have car number 78. Kazuma Ikemoto with Progress. Project Mu, Team SSR.
Coming in with a lot of speed, having to scrub it, coming into this first outer zone, but does a nice job staying in outer zone 1. Headed for outer zone 2, throwing in a lot of angle, gets him really shy, and then hits the wall. Looks like he missed that touch and go, but comes around and does a nice job of that inside clip, and throwing in a lot of angle as outer zone 3.
Walk at the finish. Yeah. And he's sitting on a 0, so let's hope that they get some score.
Yeah, so he does a very nice job in that first outer zone. But it looks like he threw way too much angle and had not enough speed. And it just left him
just a transition a little too early.
Yeah. He does get in there at the very end, but he does miss that touch and go. Does a nice job in that inside clip. That does a nice job in outer zone 3, but then he goes the full lot, and they're going to give him a 0. So that is also going to end his weekend early.
Oh, look at them. Pulling up the line now, we have car number 54, Xiang Nian with Team Kazama with Power Vehicles. He's sitting on a 0.
Comes in with a lot of speed, trying to slow down. And he just goes a little bit too far. Takes out some cones in his path. That, unfortunately, he is also sitting on 2 zeros, so his weekend is cut short. Wind is picking up.
So is the rain. Just coming in, transition a little late for the speed. And they're cleaning up the track right now. As car number 13, Mikey Nakamura with Mikey Racing is pulling up to the line. And he's also sitting on a 63.
Coming in with a lot of speed and a lot of angle, just gets one tire off, and then he has to overcorrect. And then comes around for outer zone 2. He's a little shallow, but then gets nice and deep in the outer zone 2. Just misses from touching the wall. As he gets to that touch and go and inside clip, quite nice. Comes around for outer zone 3. And he's nice and deep in outer zone 3, and then he just spins out. Oh, I think I saw a little bit of smoke, unless that was from the exhaust.
Maybe a little bit of both.
He is sitting on a 63,
and I
so
think
he had a safety blanket.
Yeah, I think right there, the initiation in the first zone, we got him pretty comfortable. But overall, put down a really good, clean run the rest of the way. Unfortunately, Mikey with a 0.
He is, again, sitting on a 63, so we'll see if that holds him off.
Number 83, Jim Benjamin with Team Kazama, sitting on a 68.
It's all carbon S15, coming in with a lot of angle and a lot of speed as he comes around to this first outside zone and does a nice job staying all the way around, making his way to that second outer zone. He does nice and deep, touching the wall. It's a very nice job as he comes around to this touch and go. It looks like he just touches it. Does a nice job in that inside clip. It is 2 tires in outer zone 3.
Oh, nice, nice. Nice and deep. Lots of aggression going into outer zone 1. It's just, it's super tricky that you essentially have to slow down so much to be able to finish off that. Green on zone 2 gets a little deep. Gives the wall a little bit of love. Overall, really, really good clean run. And on top of that, he's sitting on a 68. see if he can get a bit of an improvement. Yeah, the crown, I was talking to Mikey. The crown compared to his 90, the crown is so much heavier.
Yeah, I can only imagine. There's only so much weight you can cut out of a car.
Yeah, yeah.
If you start out with a one that's 500 pounds less, you're still gonna have a heavy car.
Unfortunately, a 0 for Benjamin.
I guess they're saying that his entry into the first outer zone was just a bit too much.
He really got him with a half spin. Coming up next, we have car number 5. Tomoki Tanaka with ESR. He's sitting on a 0.
He's also coming in with a lot of speed. Has one tire in the zone at all time. Makes his way to the second outer zone. Nice and deep into the second outer zone. It's like he's just flirting with the wall, getting some touches. Does a nice job at that touch and go and inside flip. Comes around for outer zone 3 and nice and deep in outer zone 3 and then that's tough.
Let's see. Are the judges going to give him half spin? Zone 2, nice and deep. Riding the wall right there in the end. Touch and go, switch back around. Nice and deep flip. Nice and deep through zone 3.
It's tough because his first go did the same exact thing.
Yeah.
It was a clean run, and then right at the finish line, he just overspun.
And he's sitting on a 0.
Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately, that's the.
So the same spin on both runs knocks him out. That's tough.
Yes.
Having the same mistake twice is definitely an awful feeling for him.
And especially a mistake that ends your weekend.
Yeah.
Next up, we have car number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda with Cusco Racing, sitting on a 69.
Coming in. A lot on the handbrake, but does a nice job getting all the way through outer zone 1. Looking for outer zone 2, does a nice job keeping one tire in at all times, and then gets real close to the wall right at the very end. It hits the touch and go and the inside clip. And is nice and deep, and he spins out again.
So close.
No, not again.
Well, I know what you mean. 2 in a row.
Yeah. He's sitting on a 69, so he had the room to just give it all, and he just gave it a little too much.
I mean, he was doing it. He was putting down a great run.
Yeah.
I mean, he was within a foot of the tires on transition. Right at the concrete wall and exit. Switching back on the zebra.
I'll say I think outer zone 3 is probably the slickest part of the track, just because that is the most used part of this track here.
Yeah.
Because everywhere,
unfortunately, that's the 0 for Kaneda.
Everywhere they use the different layouts of this track is involved around outer zone 3.
That's true. That's true. Up next, we have car number 903, UET Yamagai with perfect style. He's been super hard all weekend.
Coming in with a lot of speed, having to scrub it down. He does a nice job, but just is a little too far ahead of outer zone 1. Looking for outer zone 2. Is nice and deep in outer zone 2. Falls out just a little bit, but then gets right back in, throwing in a lot of angle as he makes his way to this touch and go. And this inside clip. Yeah, it just spins again.
That's the trifecta.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row.
Unfortunately, Amagai was already sitting on a 0. Man, I'll tell you, that zone 3 is a killer. I was expecting it to be slick, but like this is crazy. Yeah, that zone 3. Oh man. And unfortunately, that's a second 0 for Yuji Amagai. Up next, we have car number 610, Kei Murakami with the Magnolia Racing. He's currently sitting on a 0.
That's a big flick as he comes in this outer zone 1. Does a nice job getting all the way through. Is nice and deep in the back part of outer zone 1. Comes around for outer zone 2 and dirt drops right before, but does a nice job saving it as he gets all the way through. Outer zone 2 touches the wall just a little bit, straightens him out, but all in all, does a good job in outer zone 2. Now making his way to outer zone 3. He's a little shallow in outer zone 3, but does finish.
I think he just like, I'm gonna skip outer zone 3 to stay out of the slick stuff. I also feel that his one tire dirt drop over here
might have helped.
Actually slowed him down just enough and set him on a really good line. Just a little touch with the wall there. The inner clip, switch back. A little shallow through the inner clip. Yeah, staying shallow in zone 3 might be the way to go.
Yeah.
And at 69 brings Murakami into 17th place. Up next, we have car number 101, Luca Merli with Fat 5 Racing. He's sitting on a 70.
There's a long handbrake as he's entered outer zone 1, but does a nice job keeping one tire in outer zone 1 all the way through. Enters outer zone 2 a little early. Does a nice job staying all the way through it. Looks like he just touched that touch and go. Does a nice job of that inside clip. Comes around, is nice and deep into outer zone 3.
Oh, just barely touching the throttle through outer zone 3.
Yeah.
Nice and deep into 1. Rides all the way through, switch back. Stretching into 2, getting a little deeper. Inner clip, nice and deep. And I feel like not going super deep into 3, or if you're going super deep, just not with a lot of angle is the way to go.
Yeah. I will say, after these first few runs, there's a lot more speed coming in this first outer zone.
Oh, yeah.
By everybody. So maybe they see that throwing a big angle and just letting it float is a lot better than just holding the handbrake trying to enter right at that 3-2-1.
Because a lot of drivers are doing a quick flick or a big flick. 63 and currently in 13th place for Luca. Up next is car number 43, Harry Yoza, with Harry's Auto with Yoshidinko, Bam, the 0532, 5X tires, and he's sitting on a 77.
And then with a lot of speed, backing it up as he misses that first outside zone and then spins.
It looked like he was going hard, especially sitting on the 77.
Yeah.
I mean, considering the 77, I don't think that there's a chance that you'll be out of the show.
Yeah, so the wind picked up. So if y'all hear it in the mic, I apologize. It is very windy today, as of now.
As of right now.
Yeah. It's been pretty windy, but it's definitely a lot worse.
Oh yeah, definitely. And up next we have car number 73, Ugo Saito with Modi's 5X tires with West Auto. And he's been actually really good in that GTR today.
Yeah.
But he's sitting on the 0 right now. His sight life is really good.
Going in a lot of angle as he makes his way to this 3-2-1 and first outside zone, and then just over rotates.
Unfortunately, just threw it in a little too hard. Too hard, over rotated, and that got him a second 0, unfortunately.
So the only R34 or 35, sorry, that we've seen now out for the weekend.
And pulling up the line now, we have car number 38, Itsuki Fukada with Big Globe, SSR, and Team Dunlap. And she's sitting on a 57.
Let's see if she can improve. She makes her way to this first outside zone, going in a lot of angle, a lot of speed. Scrubs it all the way down with that handbrake. Does a nice job getting one tire all the way through. She has some trouble on the transition, but comes around for Arizona 2. Trying to find a piece of it. There it is. Makes her way through this touch and go. Looks like she just missed that touch and go. And does a nice job on the inside clip, coming around for outer zone 3. A lot of foot brake as she pushes herself back and gets right there on the line for outer zone 3.
It looked like she had a lot of speed coming in, but scrubbed it so fast. She left zone 1 just a little early, bringing around. I think she transitioned to get into zone 2 early also, and that meant that she had a lot of trouble getting out to it. Touch and go, very close. Inner clip, very good. And coming out on 3, looked like she stayed pretty shallow on both angle and line. And her first run was a 57.
See how the judges score her second run.
So the judges are having the same issue that you were having with the wet paper.
Yeah, mine's soaked. I stopped trying because the ink wouldn't even stay on the paper anymore.
And while they're trying to input the scores on their iPads, the water from the iPad is messing it up too. And unfortunately, you get a 0.
Yeah, it looked like on her transition from outer zone 1 to 2, right at the tires, she straightened up.
Yeah.
But she is sitting on a 57 and 30th position, so we'll see how she does.
Still holding on. And in car number 19, we have Echo Gal, Pop Race, 1087X, Evangelion Racing, sitting on a 63.
Coming in with a lot of speed as she's trying to scrub it down for this first outside zone. Does a nice job, is deep into the first part and then falls out of it at the very end. Come around to this second outer zone. Trying to find the outer zone. Does a nice job at the second half of outer zone 2. Does a nice job in that touch and go. And inside clip. And has one tire on the line of outer zone 3.
Overall, very fast run. Oh, the forecast for tomorrow is it's supposed to be raining overnight, and it's supposed to stop raining by 6 a.m. tomorrow. So hopefully it should be dry by the time we get to the top 32, or at worst case, top 16. Over Echo, nice and deep through the zones. Beautiful in-clip there. And playing it safe in zone 3. Yeah, the Echo's car, I love the look.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, I love all 4 whenever Connor's around of
Yeah.
the Fat 5 cars.
I think she's the only one on 3-piece wheels, though.
And a 68, which improves their score by 5 points and up to 20th place. And up next, car number 144, Mr. Daniel with Cheeseburger Racing, with probably the fastest windshield wipers of the day. Set number 76.
Around with a lot of speed, with a big entry as he's trying to scrub all of his speed, and he does, and gets deep into outer zone 1, making his way to outer zone 2. Nice and deep into outer zone 2 as he's riding that wall. It looks like he hit it and had to waver just a little bit, but does a nice job in that touch and go. And inside clip comes around for outer zone 3, and is nice and deep in outer zone 3. Just laying down some heat.
I hear quite a few people clapping too.
Yeah, that was a good run.
Especially in the wet.
Looks like
now,
stayed
he was going
on the
super
line.
deep in a lot of the zones. But no, he was a little shallow as far as the angle goes.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's especially on the wall, it's either you're shallow or deep.
Yeah. It looks like he hit the wall right there, and it had to push him a little shallower, lose some of that angle.
But yeah, a great job with zone 3, especially looking at the conditions that we've seen. And all this while sitting on a 76.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was in 5th place at the beginning, so he had nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose.
Gives him 79, puts him in 3rd position.
So the judges were saying his zone 2, the line was excellent. The angle was not.
I think having the lower angle definitely helps.
We have car number 89, Pop, Dexter, and Drive to Drift. He's sitting on a 0 right now.
Going in a lot of angle right at the edge of the track, trying to stay in, gets in, out, and back into that outside zone 1, coming around for outer zone 2. Does a nice job throwing in a lot of angle, just touching the wall. And outer zone 2 does a nice job of that touch and go. And inside clip comes around for outer zone 3. Nice and deep in outer zone 3. Going in a lot of angle.
I think once he realized he was deep in 3, he's like, oh, I got to scrub a little bit of speed here. But nice. A nice initial transition. Lost a little bit more speed coming into zone 1. Overall, very smooth. Bringing it around. Maybe a little bit of scrub on the wall, but overall, a nice transition into the touch and go. Dove into the inner clip very well. And nice and deep through zone 3.
Gives him a 76, puts him in 7th position. So definitely improved on off of that 0.
Oh yeah.
That means he will be moving on tomorrow for top 32.
Yeah, Hero zeroed out earlier in his first run. Possible clutch issues. But right now we have car number 870. DGL Racing.
Running
at 69.
A lot of angle, a lot of speed at full lock as he comes around for this first outside zone. Gets 2 tires off. Coming around for outer zone 2. Nice and deep and entering in outer zone 2. It's a little shallow in that zone, but then gets right back to the wall. Does a nice job of that touch and go and inside clip. Coming around for outer zone 3. Is right there on the line using all of his angle as he crosses the finish line.
That was a great run. So close to being 3 tires out, but pulling it back in to finish up with it looks like a very great run. Nice and deep, lots of angle through both of these zones. Switch back, touch and go nice. Inner clip could have been a little deeper. And a 75.
So that's an improvement off his 69. That will put him in 8th position so far.
And up next, we have car number 10, Toshiki Oyu with Team Kazama, sitting on a 0.
Comes in with a lot of speed, throwing it all. He over-rotates and trying not to hit the guardrail, which it looks like he did do. So that's what he did in his practice run that y'all didn't get to see.
The side lap.
Or side lap, yeah, sorry. Side lap.
The Japanese call it practice run. So you're right either way. Just throwing it in super hard. Backing it in through zone 1. Oh, earlier today he kidnapped one of the cones.
He did. He didn't do it without.
No. That one's been safe for the most of the day. Up next, we have car number 31, Jason Yet with 441 BW Academy, who's also sitting on a 0. He's been throwing it hard and been super aggressive all day.
Has a big flick as he comes around with a lot of speed, scrubbing it all as he enters outer zone 1. Does a good job. Nice and deep in outer zone 1. Comes around for outer zone 2. He's done a lot of that foot brake, but does a nice job still right on the wall, losing that bumper again as he makes his way to this inside clip, coming around for outer zone 3. Nice and deep in outer zone 3. We'll have to check that. That might be 3 tires.
Super aggressive again. Nice and deep through zone 1. Switch back. Into zone 2. A little bit of rub and his bumper's off again. Inner clip. Perfect. Switch back. So now they're trying to see if he went 3 tires off before the finish line, after the finish line, or if he stayed on the line.
Is very close.
This is where the drone footage would have been super useful.
It might, depending on the camera footage, it might look and it might not. So they'll have to see if we have the correct angle.
So do you guys think 3 tires off? Or do you think it's just me?
I think it's right there at the end. Like right at the finish line, I think that might be a 0.
Or is that maybe just a reflection?
It could be a reflection. We'll see what the judges have to say. That's why I'm not judging.
So it sounds like they're saying that he went 3 tires off right at the finish line. So unfortunately, that's another 0 for Jason.
And that will put him out for the weekend.
And up next, we have car number 888, Java Kid with freestyle. Logger Racing.
Has a big early flick as he comes around for this outer zone 1. Does a nice job staying all the way through outer zone 1. Making his way to outer zone 2. Enters early. And does a nice job staying in outer zone 2. Hits the touch and go and inside clip. Does a nice job staying all the way deep into outer zone 3.
Yeah, definitely a strong flick. Getting nice and deep into zone 1. Nice transition, getting into zone 2 nice and deep. I thought right there he was about to hit the wall.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but he just cleared it. Switch back. Get a clip nice. And zone 3 nice and deep. All this while sitting on the 73. And the 77.
Puts him in 5th position. Little improvement on his 73 from his first run.
He comes in on a 75
with a lot of speed, trying to hold on, and he was just unable to. It sounded like his car shut off.
Yeah,
though.
It sounded like he stalled. Oh, you got to start it up. It sounds a little off, but on the plus side, he's able to drop away.
Yep.
And the wind is just picking picking up even more now.
Yeah. Wet and windy makes it very cold.
Yeah, yeah. On the plus side, he's still in the top 10 with a 75. Up next, we have car number 16, Jerry Zut with Team TMS, racing with JTK. And he's sitting on a 64.
Has a big flick. Looking for outer zone 1. He's a little shallow at the beginning, but gets nice and deep at the very end. Making his way to outer zone 2. He's nice and deep, and oh no, he just hits the wall right before. Will this trunk hold on?
Yeah, I think the first part of the run looked really nice. But just a little too hard coming into the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up to the line now, we have car number 17, Jin Horino with TSA Motorsport Toyo tires. And he's sitting on a 0. His first run during the sight lap, he had some issues and he decided to forego his first run, and he's just doing run 2.
This is going to leave him at a big disadvantage because he didn't get a full lap.
Oh, you guys have the light here.
That's good. Has a big early entry. Trying to scrub all of the speed as he comes around to outer zone 1. Misses the first little bit, but does get inside of it. Almost clipping the tires, but comes around for outer zone 2. Right there on the wall. Stays nice and deep. Does a nice job of that touch and go and inside clip.
Looks like it just missed on. Yeah, this car looks like it's been wanting to grip up all weekend. Yeah. It just gets into zone 1 right there at the end. He gets nice and deep and lined up for zone 2. Nice and deep all the way through zone 2. Touch and go, switch back. Beautiful inner clip. Yeah. Looks like his car just started gripping up right before zone 3.
We have some very dedicated fans as they're sticking around through this wind.
And unfortunately, he had to straighten and got a 0 for a second run.
Yep. And that will end his weekend early.
Up on the line now, we have car number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro with Ishii 5X tires and Origin Lab. He's sitting on a 0. Pushing hard on.
Yep. And doesn't change anything as he enters with a lot of speed. And then, and they just got on the gas a little too early and it spins him around.
He had such great runs before the rain picked up. little too aggressive.
And that will also end his weekend early.
And I hear a rotary in the background. And that is car number 212, Yu Taro Oe with Good Ride Motorsports.
He doesn't disappoint on the steam.
He's sitting on the 70.
Comes in right at the edge of the track, gets deep into outer zone 1, waiting to get on throttle, and does a nice job right at the right moment. Looking for outer zone 2. Just feathering that throttle, very nice. Hits that touch and go, comes around this inside clip. And does a nice job in outer zone 3.
Excellent, excellent finish.
That seems like some old school throttle control right there with the blips.
Oh yeah.
Old school Japanese
with the
way.
3 rotors, that's how you gotta do it. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful lines. Nice and deep to each one. Right there at the end. Switch it back. Nice inner clip. Zone 3. Again, he was starting to slide out of zone 3, so right between the inner clip and zone 3, I saw him pick up a lot of speed.
Yeah.
But a 72.
So as an improvement over his first run, gives him to the 14th position.
M2 Evolution, sitting on the 76.
Coming in with a lot of speed, and it just pushes him off track.
Unfortunately, yep, 4 tires out.
It seems like they don't see it's raining. Because they're coming in with just about the same speed as,
well, I mean,
during the drive.
He was sitting on a 66, so
there is nothing to lose. He's still in 26th position. We'll see if this holds on.
Up next, we have car number 77, Yusuke Kusama with Team Fukushima Racing. I believe Daigo will go to his second run due to car troubles.
Does a nice job at the very beginning of outer zone 1, and then comes out of it and then gets back into it, making his way to outer zone 2. Nice and deep in outer zone 2, does a nice job staying all the way in. Hits that touch and go, comes around for this inside clip. And does a nice job in outer zone 3.
It sure looked like he was going to go a lot deeper into zone 1. And then it started gripping up. He got a little shallow. Zone 2. Good angle, nice and deep. Inner clip, really nice. 2 tires in zone 1. sitting on a 76. They got 73. Currently sitting in 7th place. Up at the line now, we have car number 27, Shang Jun Zhang, with GMS Coffee with TMS.
Comes out of the chicane. Looking for a big entry with a lot of speed. Trying to scrub it down, and oh no, he's just straightens him out. Looks like he gripped up a little bit and then straightened him.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, it's straight with the quickness.
Yeah. Maybe they finally pushed all the rubber off the track and it's concrete or asphalt.
Yeah, probably not though.
Worth a shot.
Up next is the burnout box. We have car number 61, Mao Yamanaka with Good Ride Motorsports, who's sitting on a 0. So Mao normally comes in hard all the time, but what do you do when you're sitting on a 0? Do you play it safe?
I think he's going to come in with a lot of spice. And he does. Does a nice job all the way through outside zone 1, come around for outside zone 2. Enters nice and deep in outside zone 2. And he stays all the way through, coming around for this inside clip. Does a nice job. There's a little shallow in outside zone 3.
I mean, I don't blame him. Just get a little bit for zone 3 to get a good score.
I think his spotters probably gave him the advice of like, hey, people are spinning out in that zone. Just touch it, and then we'll move on.
Oh yeah. Overall, really nice, clean run. Zone 3, a little shallow, but again, better to be shallow than spinning out deep. I'll tell you what, it's definitely an improvement over the 0. And a 73 puts him in 14th place. Yeah, that's a lot of wind.
Yeah. And the wind picked up a whole lot, and our tent almost tried to fly away.
And car number 774, Hokuto Matsuyama with Cusco Racing, sitting on a 75.
Coming in with a lot of speed, trying to scrub it into this first outside zone. It's a little shallow, but then gets deep into outer zone 1, right at the very end. Transitions right on those tires. It's nice and deep. And outer zone 2 shallows up just a little bit, and then gets right back there on that wall. Comes around for that touch and go and inside clip. Does a nice job finding that third outside zone. Does a nice job there at modulating that throttle where he doesn't spin out.
Definitely great job. Just driving that McDonald's safety car through each of the zones. You know, I just wonder, what's your go-to McDonald's?
Definitely just a double cheeseburger. Double cheeseburger, fries, and then some chicken nuggets.
Oh, you tried the spicy chicken nuggets?
Yeah, they're insane.
They're great. And at 68, Matsuyama. Do they have spicy chicken nuggets in the States now?
I don't know. If you haven't, comment below if the States have spicy chicken nuggets. Might be just a Japan thing.
Up next is car number 555, Yukio Fausto, Mini GT with Liberty Walk, and he's sitting on the 68.
Around for this first outside zone. Does a nice job keeping one tire all the way through and then gets two right at the very end. Making his way to this second outer zone. Just touches the wall, knocks him off the line just a little bit. Touches the wall again. Does a nice job of that touch and go. And inside clip, coming around to the third outside zone with a lot of angle.
That's a great run by Fausto. Nice and deep through zone one. Switch back right by the tires. Lots of angle. Went into zone one or zone two. A little love with the wall. Touch and go nice. A little shallow with the inner clip. That's deep through zone three. And a 74 for Fausto, improving his 68.
Puts him in 13th position. There is now a bottom line.
Up next, we have car number 9, Kiyofumi Hamada with Hashinai Racing. He's sitting on a 69.
Coming in with a lot of speed right at the edge of the track. Gets deep in outer zone one, falls out of it just a little bit, then gets right back in it as he makes his way to outer zone two. Does a nice job in outer zone two, throwing a lot of angle, trying not to touch the wall. Does a good job. Gets to that touch and go. And inside clip, coming around for outer zone three. Is nice and deep in outer zone three. Does a nice job not spinning out. A lot of people are having issues.
Very beautiful line. And some great angles throughout this whole run. That switch back right by the tires. Oh, that was close. Nice and deep for zone two. Maybe a little scrub right at the end. Switch back very deep through the inner clip. Bring it around through zone three. And he's sitting on a 69. And a 74, puts him at 13. Oh, Jake Jones. Car number 947, Drift Squid. He's sitting on a 0.
Looks like he got his car issues figured out. See what he does with this big entry into this first outside zone. Does a nice long handbrake, but does a very good job getting all the way through that zone, making his way to outer zone 2. He's a little shallow in outer zone 2, and he gets right there deep into outer zone 2, right at the very end. Gets to that touch and go, and inside clip, coming around for outer zone 3. Gonna be very conservative, using all of his angle in outer zone 3. It looks like he'll get a score off that one.
Some my question is, did he have a 3-motion entry? I think he was safe enough to where they didn't consider the first motion a motion probably.
I think how they're explaining it, if you do a sudden jerk 3 motion, not okay. But if you do
like 66 for Jake Jones,
puts him in 28th position. But if they do a sudden jerking 3 motion, it's not okay. But if you kind of spinning the tires, but are like more like floating out, it's more acceptable.
Okay, car number 131, Yuma with Team Orange Jr. Sitting on 71.
Yuma coming with a lot of angle. Gets one tire in all the way through outside zone 1. Looking for outside zone 2, does a nice job getting deep in outside zone 2 all the way from the beginning. Gets right next to that wall as he runs around. This touch and go, an inside clip. Finishing up outside zone 3, nice and safe. Just laying it down at his home track.
Yeah, a very, very good. Coming in super aggressive. Have him slow down to stay in the zone. Switching back. Just riding close to the wall. Once he lifted the throttle there, I thought it was going to go. Great job with
It's just Ruma showing his position of this car. He knows exactly where it's at all times.
And great finish to zone 3. And a 70. And he's currently in 18th place with the top run of 71. Pulling up the line now, we have car number 4, Boston Kohashi with Team Orange. Who's sitting on a 68. I don't think he wants Newman to out-qualify him, so looking for something special.
Yeah. He's coming in with a lot of speed, trying to scrub it all. He almost scrubs too much, but does a nice job getting one tire all the way through outside zone 1. Nice and neat. And outside zone 2, it looks like he picked something up, or at least scrubbed the wall right at the beginning. Hits that touch and go quite nice. And the inside clip. He gets all the way through outer zone 3.
Super smooth. A good quick flip. Nice and deep. Shot it up a little bit towards the end of zone 1. That set him up with a good line to get into zone 2. Looks like he stacked on quite a bit more angle zone 2 compared to his last run. Lots of angle after the touch and go to the inner clip and back around to zone 3. Again, make sure he finishes through the course. And sitting on a 68.
And then with him finishing that, we'll have 4 drivers left that finish out our
73. So just edged out Duma.
bragging rights there.
Yep, that's all it is. That's why you're Team Orange Junior. Anything up next is
coming in with a lot of speed, scrubs it all down, does a nice job using all of his angle for that first outside zone, making his way to outside zone 2. Staying right on the line, nice and shallow and conservative. Does a good job of that touch and go and inside clip. and using all of his angle for that outside zone 3.
Overall, a very clean, smooth run.
Yeah, I think you can tell with all these drivers is that outside zone 3 is a lot slicker than the rest of the track.
And for zone 1, he entered with a little bit of angle and just kept dialing it over. And the same with 2. A nice flick back and touch and go. Really neat with the inner clip. And just driving out through zone 3. And he's sitting on a 74. And second run is a 70.
So he'll keep his first qualifying run.
Car 21, sitting on 82.
He's coming in with a lot of speed. See if he can improve. Trying to improve on his first run. Does a good job in outer zone 1, making his way to outer zone 2. Does a nice job getting deep in outer zone 2, all the way from the beginning to the end. Does a good job of that touch and go and inside clip. Then coming around to outer zone 3, using all of his angle.
And I'll tell you what, these last few runs, he's been super smooth. Flowed nicely. Zone 1, start off a little shallow, but ends really deep. Just stacking on the angle the whole way through. Zone 2, beautiful line. Touch and go nice. Switch back to the inner clip. Could have been a little bit deeper. That's nicely picking at that one. I mean, it is. And a 75.
Doesn't improve, but he is still the highest qualifier so far. Now will leave us with 2 people left.
And the first of those is car number 36, Kazumi Takahashi with TMS Racing.
He is sitting on an 80, so he has nothing to lose. To see if he can get those extra 2 points out top. And then with a lot of speed. Does a nice job. Oh, might have got 3 tires off. We'll have to check the replay, but comes around outer zone 2. It's a little shallow as he enters, but gets nice and deep at the very end. Throwing in a lot of angle at that touch and go. Does a good job with the inner clip. Coming around for outside zone 3. Does a nice job. Again, using all of that angle.
Oh, yeah. I like how they're throwing in tons of angle when it's on 1. Just right on the line. Green around, nice and deep through zone 2. Touch and go, and nice and deep clip. And then 2 tires through zone 3.
TMS girl hoping that we can get an improvement.
75.
But gets a 75, still leaves him in second position with his 80 qualifying first run.
And our last driver of the day, 771, Hiroyami Noah with Cusco Racing, and he's currently sitting on a 0. Hopefully they got any of the issues fixed.
Yep. See what he has to do. He has a big flick coming in this 3-2-1 zone, looking for outside zone 1. Does a good job getting all the way through outside the rim, using a lot of that foot brake. But comes around for outside zone 2. Nice and deep. Start all the way to the finish of the outside zone 2. Does a very nice job there. Is deep into that touch and go. And inside clip. Comes around for outer zone 3. And just has that one tire sitting on the line of outer zone 3.
Outer zone 3, I think he pulled the e-brake hard like 3-4 times. But overall,
has a little waver as he goes in that initiation, but
nice and deep through zone 1. Switching back. Zone 2, super deep. I don't know if anyone else can put their back tires off the wall like that.
I mean, he basically doesn't have a bumper, but he does. So
that's true. Overall, a very clean, smooth run. Super deep. Quite a bit of angle. The judges are telling the fans, thank you very much for staying with us through the end.
Yeah, thank you guys for staying in. Oh, and gets a 68, puts him in 26th position. So he will be on to top 32 tomorrow. And thank y'all for watching and staying along with us.
And that completes the qualifying.
And we'll see the provisional ranking. There's 1 through 20 right there. They'll put up 21 through 32. Just a second.
Yeah, we only had 2 drivers in the 80s.
Yeah. Oh, and Mike Nakamura will move on over Sam, putting Sam in 33rd position.
Sam just missed cut.
Just missed the cut, but that only means that he'll be back for round 4 better than ever. He has a little bit more practice he can get in.
And hopefully tomorrow for the top 32, we'll have a little less rain.
Yep.
And a lot more fun.
Exactly. Thank y'all for sticking around. We've enjoyed getting to hang out with y'all. We enjoy watching drifting. Wasn't all tire smoke or anything, but it was still fun.
Wind, a lot of rain, a lot of fun.
Exactly.
Okay, we're going to be going to Ken Gushi interview. And we might be watching his number 1 qualifying run again.
Yes.
Okay. 昨年に続き、今年も単走優勝です。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。単走優勝っていうの非常に嬉しいんですけど、去年は16ですごく残念な結果になっちゃって、負けてしまったんで、今年はちょっとそれをさらに上回る、走りで、頑張っていきたいと思うので、本当にこれからも応援よろしくお願いします。今回は特にチームの皆さんがすごく頑張ってくれて、もうトラブルも全くなく、すごい万全な状態で、走り続けてこれたんで、すごい感謝しております。はい、
明日の走り、どんなことを期待できますか？
明日はとにかくミスのない走りで、走っていきたいと思うんで、はい、
頑張ってください。
はい、
おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Here's his run earlier today. Top qualifier. such a smooth run.
Yeah, exactly. So I see some questions about why Sam didn't qualify over Mikey.
Yeah.
They both had a 0 on the first run. They both got a 63 on the second run. But Mike Nakamura has more points overall than Sam, so
No, it was a line score. They go by the other 3 scores. They're ranked, and depending on which of their scores are higher than the other, that's who goes to the next round.
There's your answer. So,
okay, so we're gonna head out. Have a good one, and
yep.
we'll see you guys at Top 32 tomorrow.
We'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in.
G-SHOCK MRG カシオThe brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。
いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば
横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。
横浜タイヤ。
追い求めれば求めるほど遠ざかる時もある。でも理想に追いつけるのは自分だけだ。池江璃花子は横浜ゴムと世界に挑戦する。限界はない。行くぞ横浜。
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りで高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Ospo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
In a world of extremes, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
伝統と革新 小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.